in here. Welcome in. Happy Friday. Hope everybody's had a great week. Looking forward to the weekend. I'll be working at my antique malls both days this weekend, so it's supposed to be nice too after being kind of dreary the last couple of days. Hey, Vintage Paper, thanks for stopping by. We will be doing postcards today. Still squeezing stuff out of the farmhouse in Greenville, Tennessee that I cleaned out, and I'll show you here in a second what we have left. I've also got binders from another postcard collection that I bought out, so we'll go through those as well. Hey, Quinn333. Hey, Limo. Thanks for stopping in. Let me go ahead and get the first giveaway started. And let me start that. And it's going to be for these 5 linen postcards. You have the Minnesota State Capitol. You have rifle practice at one of the U.S. Army camps. Then you have the National Shrine of the Immaculate Conception in Washington, D.C. And then greetings from Friarsburg, Maine. That one was in a scrapbook, it looks like. And then greetings from Sedgwick, Maine. Probably in the same scrapbook since it's also Maine. We'll be using the same format that we've used the last couple of shows with one minor change that I'll show you here in just a second. Let me show you what all we got. Oh, first let me introduce myself. I am Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures. I'm here in Knoxville, Tennessee, doing antique and vintage postcards today. And we got a ton of boxes to go through and a ton of binders. So let me just show you what we got back here, and then we'll get started. So if I flip it around, still have these 3 boxes of stuff to go for, and then all these binders as well. So quite a few postcards to get to. Let me get the camera down. Let me plug it back in here. Whoops. Let me turn up the brightness a little bit. All right, I think I'm ready to go. Hey Ben, New to You Provisions. Thanks for coming in. It's so good to see you back on Whatnot. Let me fix these to where we can see them. So yeah, make sure you get in the giveaway. It was the 5 linen postcards. So far we have no entries. Even if you don't like the postcards, that will help out with your shipping. So make sure you enter that. And so the format we're going to use is just like before. I'm going to pull out just handfuls of postcards from the boxes. And we'll have 2 stacks up here. And then there'll be about 10 postcards in each of those stacks roughly, and then we'll have a stack here in the middle. You'll bid on this, and then you can choose one of the ones up top too. Everybody seems to have had fun with that in past shows, so figured I'd keep doing it. I decided to go down to 2 stacks instead of 3 stacks just to keep the show moving a little better maybe. So anyway, let's get started. Let me go ahead and pull a stack from back here. And so this will be for stack number 1 up here. So looks like a Pigtail Bridge in South Dakota's Black Hills. So chrome there. And just so, if you've been here before, you know this, but these postcards are in no particular order. The farmhouse I pulled them out of, they were just in these boxes, and they're exactly like I found them. Sometimes you'll find themes together, but a lot of times they're just completely random. So there's Pigtail Bridge again, different view of it. Then we have this one that looks, it's a Nantucket Vista. So there's 4, here's 5, there's a tuck, so we'll have a tuck Ouellette postcard in stack 1 there. Here's some kind of foreign postcard. I am not going to try to read foreign names today. I don't know if my tongue will let me. I can read Paris, though, so that one's Paris. Hey, welcome in, Rewind Iowa. Thanks for coming in. Sharon Sims, Donna Joe. There's Bookends again. I never know if people left and came back because I know Whatnot just randomly will show you coming in again. That's Grace Church in New York, undivided back. It's 1900 something. That one's, but cool flag looking cancellation there. I've already lost count like I always do, so let's throw a few more in there for stack one. Here's a bungalow on Short Beach, another undivided back. And then we'll do the House of Parliament. And that's one of the private postcards, 1908. Got something other than a Washington or a Franklin stamp, which you don't see a whole lot. This one is a Canadian stamp. All right, so that'll be stack one. And what the pennies are is just we leave the cards up there for 3 rounds, and if they're not picked, then we put them to the side, and at the end we run a dollar start for anything that wasn't picked. Oh, here comes the winner, and it's a Day Tripper. So you will have reduced shipping the rest of the show. So let me get your name written on here. All right, you are welcome. I think you're new to my shows, or I don't recall your name, so welcome in and congratulations. All right, so for stack two, we have The Rock of Ages, Cleft for Me, Let Me Hide Myself from Thee. So a religious postcard. Well, I guess that's just one postcard. 1907. It's kind of thick, but it's a Sheehan's famous picture. So there's one. Then we have the Tower of Babel, the Garden of the Gods in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and posted there. Then we have Boston, Massachusetts, Bunker Hill Monument, undivided back. And then we have a Lake and Museum in Roger Williams Park in Providence, Rhode Island. Hey, what's up, Andrew? In Vintage Color. In Vintage Color is a great seller on Whatnot. Make sure you're following them. They do a lot of consignment, like high-end consignment ephemera, and have some really cool stuff. It's going really well. Here's 1908 undivided back. This one does have a message. Hello, Abby dear. Guess you think it is time something. Well, anyway. So you got that one, and then Main Street from the Pivot Bridge in Salisbury, Maryland. And then Bird's Eye View of Walton, Massachusetts. Hey, welcome in, Tommy Salami Boy, here to party. We're doing postcards today, and we're building our first of two stacks, and then we'll put one here, auction off, and you can also choose whichever stack up top you want. So 1907 there. Let me do a couple more because I always lose count. There's the library in Torrington, Connecticut in 1908 with the 1 cent Benjamin Franklin. And then we'll do one more. This is Grace Church in Windsor, Connecticut, undivided back from 1909. Sent to Bethlehem, New Hampshire, it looks like. All right, so these are your 2 stacks you'll be able to choose from. And now we'll get about 10 here. Then we'll get it started for 45 seconds. I'll keep throwing postcards down till the timer runs out. And let's get going. Here's Christ Church in West Haven, Connecticut. A message on the back from Bethel, Connecticut. And then here is New Milford, Connecticut, the Housatonic River from the Falls Bridge. It's got a cool old Benjamin Franklin stamp on it from 1907. Hey, Fragrance Maker. Hey, Grandma Sherry, welcome back. 1962 to me, she's. Anybody else I've missed, thanks for coming in. I'm Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures. I'm here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Undivided back 1909, so there's 4. Then we have 1,000 Islands, New York, 1907. And we do have some binders we'll go through later. I got a couple of binders that will auction off the whole binder, then some other binders we'll just pull pages out of. Here's Duxbury, Massachusetts, the Miles Standish home, undivided back. And then the Twin Lakes Road looking northwest in Canaan, Connecticut, unposted. And here's the rapids above the falls. Is it just me, or has anybody ever stood at Niagara Falls when you're there at the top and you look at the churning water, and it's so mesmerizing, it's like beckoning you to jump in. It's kind of a weird feeling, but anyway, There's Prospect Street looking north in Torrington, Connecticut. Do a couple more, then we'll get it started. Here's a busy corner in Congress Hall Hotel in Saratoga, New York. Undivided back. Let's see, that one is the Illustrated Postal Card Company in New York. And that one's 1907. And then we'll do one more and then we'll get started. Here's entrance to Beardsley Park in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And all right, we'll start this. So you're going to bid on the stack here plus your choice of one of these stacks. And I will keep throwing down cards as long as people are bidding. We'll do them for 45 seconds. So let me go ahead and pin this. All right, let me start auction. $3 start. Everything will be a $3 start on these 45 seconds. And we're off and running. This one's going to be another undivided back from 1906. Try to go a little faster on these. Here's the SS Normandy French line. So it's a ship postcard. The longest gangplank in the world. Oh, there's another one of those. You get two of those. Now here's a Chrome, a Holiday Inn. Who remembers staying at the Holiday Inns? Here's an old Good Luck Attend You card from 1911. Here's a Best Wishes floral card. It does have a little tear out of the corner there. 1909, it looks like maybe. Here's the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Here's the view of Chickamauga Dam in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Used to work in Chattanooga, not too far down the road from me. And Fragrance Maker, I had this one in my hand, so we'll throw it in as well. Plaza Hotel in Corpus Christi, Texas. It was pre-stamped, but it looks like it was never sent. Well, maybe it was. All right, and do you want stack 1 or 2 from up top? And I will be writing your name on the card here, number 2. All right. Thanks for the bids, everyone. And we will take stack number 2. And I will start you a pile over here. And we will take a penny away from stack 1, and we will let it run 2 more times. All right, so here we go. We'll refill stack 2 here. Looks like there's a Chrome of a high school in Newcastle, Indiana. There's the Oceana Hotel in Honolulu, Hawaii. Here's the Indian Motor Inn in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Looks like we're going to run a Chromes here. Main body, let's see, this is San Juan, Puerto Rico. Then here's New Orleans. So we're all over the place, which is what these tend to do. If you weren't in here earlier, all the ones we're going through right now came out of an old farmhouse in East Tennessee, and we've been going through them now. This is about the 5th or 6th show, and I'm finally getting down to the bottom, but we found some really good cards in these. Everything from Halloween cards to some baseball cards from the early 1900s that were really cool. So who knows what we'll find. I have not gone through these. So here's a Chrome from Panama. And then here's the Park Plaza on the Park in St. Louis. We'll get a few more in here. Here's looks like an Easter card from 1911, I believe. And then here's Perkins Pancake House. Thank you, Andrew. I think it is. It was fun finding these for sure, and it's been fun going through them too. San Juan, Puerto Rico. I think the guy who owns the farmhouse, I think there's some more postcards there, and I'm trying to get him to let me come go through it one more time. I mean, we found so much stuff other than just postcards. But we'll see what happens. There's an Australia postcard, and then we'll do one more in this stack. Here's the Pentagon building in Washington, D.C. Oh, thanks for promoting the show, Andrew. Yeah, I think if enough people do that, then it promotes the show. It seems like I did that once for somebody too. All right, let's go ahead and get our stack down here. And you'll also choose from stack 1 or 2. But here's Washington Monument by Night. 1947, I think it is. And there's antique weather vane at Dorado Beach in Puerto Rico. Here is some fountains south of the border. Oh, I've been to south of the border before. It's the big rest area. It's kind of like a Buc-ee's, but it's like a whole like theme area. Here's the Badlands. Here's Needles Drive. So we earned some more chromes here. Here's Sentinel Rock on Needles Drive. I'll go in and put the rest of these down and then we'll start it and I'll grab another stack. Here's an old train. The narrow gauge engine on the Rio Grande Railroad. So chipmunk. I do not like chipmunks. They destroyed our deck. They tunneled under the concrete slab and it caused it to like sink. It was crazy. Hey, Bass Martin. Hey, Stock Diva, Rustin Dust, Mackenzie K. Anybody else I missed? Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures doing postcards today. And you're going to bid on this stack plus your choice on one of the stacks up top. And these postcards all came out of an old farmhouse in East Tennessee. And I'm showing them, pulling them out, but just the way that they were in the boxes, which has been completely random based on past shows. There's the Rocky Mountains. Oops, sorry about that. Here's a one that's the tunnel on the $1 Million Highway. I think that one's a linen. These look almost like oil paintings. There's the Ironton Loops, and there's Mount Abram. So we'll start with this stack here. Let me grab some more, and then we'll start the clock and go. All right, let me get one in my hand ready to go, and we'll run next. I think run next will work. Run next is like the Russian roulette of whatnot. You don't know exactly what's going to happen, but we'll give it a try. It should be $3.45. And it is. Here's a log cabin in Connecticut somewhere, 1910. So we're back into some older ones here. Public Street in Cleveland, Ohio. I don't know the date on that one, but it is. Nope, it's not undivided back. Notre Dame Academy in Boston, Massachusetts, 1923. It does have a clipped edge there. And then we have a YMCA Hut number 22. That's a cool back. It's a YMCA postcard. And then there's the theater in Meridian, Connecticut. Here's the Exchange Place in Waterbury, Connecticut. That one's from 1907. Ooh, looks like you're going to get this one. Whoa, thought you were going to get it for $3. Here's the Elks Club building in Youngstown, Ohio. Here's City Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 1917. Here's Syracuse University, the Psi U chapter house. I guess a fraternity house, 1908. That's pretty cool. Well, this one's cool. Here's Arlington, Virginia, Lee's house. It's got a gold border, 1907. And then here is Public School, 4th Avenue and 59th Street in Brooklyn, New York. All right, bookends. And do you want stack number 1 or stack number 2 from the top? Hey, Poppy's Addict, Mitch, welcome in. Anybody else I've missed? Doing all postcards today. Stack number 1. All right, let me get your name written down here. And we will pull a penny from there and put it on 1. Oh, thanks for the random gift there, Andrew. That was awfully nice. Congratulations, bookends. See, you buy something and you just automatically, it's like karma. So this is going to be for stack 1. Our first one's from Syracuse, New York, the Salt Wells. Oh, yeah, and I forgot to mention I have a ton of stuff in the Buy It Now. And if you see anything at all in the Buy It Now that you're interested in, let me know, and I will run anything today. I'll do this an auction. I think I can do that, starting at 40% off the price. So if you see anything, let me know. Here's Union Twist Drill Company in Massachusetts. This one says 1909 on the front. Rochester, New York, Howland Reservoir. It's another tux. So we're going to have a tux in stack 1. This one is cool, but it does, if you can see, it's got a lot of like crackling on the top. So it does have some issues, some wear, but we'll just throw it in. Then here's the La Tienda, Old Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's an EKC, I think is the company. Then here is $1 Million Highway. I think we saw one of those earlier. Here's a Badlands of South Dakota, Linen. Then there is Red Mountain. Oh, guess that's enough for stack 1. All right. Let me go ahead and get the ones for here. Hey, RT Height, thanks for coming in. Anybody else I missed, appreciate you stopping by. Ooh, I'm glad you liked the jam. Which kind did you have? I actually had Christmas jam on toast this morning for breakfast. So here's one of Paris. It's got a green back to it. Here's Versailles. And then here is another Paris. Got the horse-drawn carriages out front. There's 3. Looks like we're in some foreign postcards here. This is the Louvre. I guess it must be a painting or some kind of artwork at the Louvre. Here is Horace Vernet, Versailles. There's the back of that one. Here's another Paris. Here's a general view, it's like a real photo postcard. A general view of Leah's Folkestone. It says rotary photo. Oh, and this is on board the RMS of the Flushing Line. So this must have been something that they gave out on a ship there. And then here's Shakespeare's birthplace, Stratford-on-Avon, a tux. So we have a tux here and a tux there. And then here's a fox hunt scene. That one is a Samuel's postcard. And then here's Riverhead and Seven Oaks. Do a couple more, then we'll get started. Here's the governor's mansion in Columbus, Ohio. 1947, it looks like. And then here's the Hospital Hill in Kansas City, Missouri. Look at the old cars down here. That one is 1925. Got the Benjamin Franklin stamp on there. Let me do 2 more, then we'll get it started. Here's King's Chapel, Boston, Massachusetts. There's the back of that one. And then finally, here is, this one's 1933, and it's Alpine Garden. Official postcard of a century of progress. So it must have been from one of the World's Fairs or something there. All right, so 45 seconds. You're bidding on this plus your choice of either one of the stacks up top. For anybody I missed coming in, appreciate you stopping by. And I am Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures in Knoxville, Tennessee. All right, let me go ahead and run next. Should be $3.45. And we're off. Here's Christ Church in Boston, Massachusetts. Here's the Westgate Hotel in Kansas City, Missouri. I like the coloring on that one. 1925. There's Main Building State Industrial School for Girls. This one does have a crease in it. 1908, somebody wrote on there. Then we have Paris, another Paris postcard. Then we have Boston and Maine Railroad Station in Lowell, Massachusetts. Used to go to Lowell, go to the hospital there. We had the contract to fix their equipment. Revere Beach, Massachusetts Depot. And then we have William T. Fitzsimmons Fountain, Kansas City, Missouri, 1925. And then there's Fun for Children and Grown-Ups at Lafayette Lodge. I don't know where that is. Thanks for the bids, everyone. Here's Chapel Street in New Haven, Connecticut. And then here's Niagara Falls from the Canadian side. And then here's Put Out the Cat, Wind the Clock, and Come to Bed. Around here, all right. Pretty damp, though. 1909. Here's a bunch of people bathing in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Look at all the bathing beauties. Wow, they wrote a book on this one. So, oh, and it was sold to DGW. I'll go in and throw this one in. The Nordspeed Cuxhaven. I said I wasn't going to try to read foreign. That one came out of a album. And do you want number 1 or number 2? Number 1. I figured that. So we'll take one more from that. And let me write your name down. Thanks for the bids, everyone, on that. DDW Suze. And like I always say on Fridays, these will probably ship out on Monday, but if I get crazy, I may do them tomorrow. But most likely, since I'm working at my antique mall in Clinton, I probably will not get them out tomorrow. So it'll probably be Monday. All right, let's refill stock 1. Here's the Salt Air Pavilion in the Great Salt Lake, Utah. I went there not too long ago. That one's from 1925, I think it is. This one's a beach somewhere in another country. It came out of a scrapbook. There's a couple of chromes. There's Shiprock, New Mexico. That one is Monument Valley. That one is the gateway to Monument Valley in northern Arizona. Then we have Conservatory and Lily Pond in Como Park in Minnesota. Here's a woman feeding a deer, it looks like. Making Friends. Hey, In Depth, thanks for coming in. Hey, Casey, 88 Duke, appreciate. Oh, here's like a cow scene. Roundup Time in the West. Here's the Curtis Hotel in Lenox, Massachusetts. Doesn't have 1910 on that one. Let me just go ahead and get through the rest of these. Here's Versailles. Here's the Squam River near the Holderness Inn in Holderness, New Hampshire. Here's another Paris. And there's Versailles, Vinchon. And then here's a Paris. Let me go in. Here's a Paris. It's one of those greenbacks. Here's another Paris. That's Notre Dame, another greenback. Looks like all these are Paris, so I'll keep them together. Another Paris greenback. There's another Paris greenback. And finally, another Paris greenback. Nope, that one's not a greenback, just a Paris. And then it looks like we have 2 more Paris that I'll throw into stack 1. So stack 1's pretty healthy, but I wanted to keep all these Paris ones together. And then finally, there's Notre Dame. Again, Paris. So, all right, let me pull some more cards to go through. Let's pull from here. All right, here's Hotel Ontario in Ontario Beach Park, New York, 1910. There is, I'm not sure what that is, the Andrew Safford House in Salem, Massachusetts. Here is Joseph Stickney Memorial Church in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire. Not sure the age on that one, probably early 1900s. Here's White Mountains, New Hampshire, the Wizard Birch. 1909, I think, maybe. Here is Main Street on Island Pond, Vermont. Here's West Burke, Vermont. That one's got a Canada stamp on it. Here is Pond Point Beach looking west in Milford, Connecticut, 1914. George Washington stamp. And then here's Public Garden in Boston, Massachusetts. It says Bernice on it. And it does have a little tear right there, but that one's from 1909 and it's stamped Essex Street Station on the postmark. Here is Independence Series number 5, the Independence Chamber. Um, Here's Seaside Park in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Just have a little tear in the corner there, 1909. And then here's Near Johnson Lane in Middletown, Connecticut, 1912. Here's a scene in Bronx Park, New York. I've been to Central Park. I've never been to Bronx Park. New York Bedford Park's the stamp. Let me do a couple more, then we'll get started. Here is Dr. Parkhurst Church in New York. Undivided Back, 1905. And then here's Lake Something Store in New Hartford, Connecticut. And that one unposted. All right, one more and then we'll get started. Here's the Horatio Alger Society. Ben the Luggage Boy, Rufus the Newsboy, Ragged Dick the Boot Black, and Mark the Matchbox Boy. Yeah, I don't know that that's that old, but it's kind of cool. It's got a zip code on it. So, all right, let me get one ready and we'll go ahead and run next. And we're running. This one's a canal scene somewhere. It's stamped Fay Leonard. Here's Claremont, New Hampshire Park and Opera House. It's another Tux. Here is Metropolitan Life Insurance Building in New York. Here's the Fine Arts Building. This is an advertisement for Mogul Egyptian cigarettes. Then we have the Betts Building in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And then here's another one of those Mogul Egyptian cigarettes, rather. It must have been a World's Fair of some sort. The U.S. Government Building. And then here's another one. So we got several of those in here. These are pretty cool. Another Mogul Egyptian cigarettes looking south from the wireless tower. All those are unposted. And yet another one. Here's the Festival Hall with the Mogul Egyptian cigarettes. And here's another one. So that's the corner of the Mines Building. So I don't know which World's Fair that was, but it looks like it probably was one of the expositions. Here's the Bennett Memorial Fountain in New Haven, Connecticut. Hey, cool vintage vibes. Hey, Harper Bomb. Gracefully Saved Treasures. Chapel and Pond in Amherst, Massachusetts. And DGW got it. And this one here, State Street in Springfield, Massachusetts. Wow, that one took quite a trip. It's stamped all over the place. And do you want number one or number two? Number one. And let me stick this in your stack. All right, so number two is retired. We will. Where did I do with my pennies? There we go. So we got to fill both spots. Tell you what, I'll do another giveaway here real quick. So this giveaway is going to be for, I think these were all white Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. So I kept them together. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, it looks like. I think they're all unused. But yeah, they were all from White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. So let me go ahead and get that giveaway started. All right, that's running, so make sure you get into that. And then let me go ahead and fill up the spots up top. Here's the St. Charles in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Wow, that's a cool one. Undivided Back, 1906. Here is the Times Building, Broadway and 42nd Street in New York. Here's the Boardwalk at Young's Hotel in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Here's the entrance to Steeplechase Island in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And this one says hand-colored postcard, Fort Street looking towards the harbor, Honolulu. So that's an old Hawaii one there. Here's Broadway looking north in St. Louis. That one does look like it maybe got damp or something. Here's the Empire Building in New York. Do a couple more. Here's the Mowbray Arch in Norfolk, Virginia. And one more. Here's the Grand Boulevard in Chicago, Illinois, with the horses. Undivided back 1906. That's a good stack. Number one. And then for number two, we have Soldiers Monument in Worcester, Massachusetts. 1919, I think it says. Here's a real photo from New Hampshire, I guess. Yeah, I can't. It just says 186, I think. So there's that one. Then we have Twin Lakes, Connecticut. Then we have St. Paul's Chapel in New York. Then Kingston Harbor in Kingston, Ontario, Canada. I don't see a date on that one. Here's Cutting Bananas in Florida. I did not know they grew bananas in Florida. Guess they did in 1913. And then here is Elmira, New York, Electric Flower Bed. 1909, I think. There's that. Let me know if y'all want to see any of the binders. Look in the auction section and let me know if you see any you want to look at, and we can look at those as well. Here's White Mountains, New Hampshire, 1919. Let me do a couple more. Here's Florida, St. Augustine. Station A, wherever that is. And then Pembroke Church, Bermuda. It's got a Bermuda stamp on it. And then here's the Court Inn in Camden, South Carolina. All right, that'll be stack two. And then we'll start building our stack down here. Let me grab some more cards. All right, so first off, this one looks like 1925 as somebody wrote the date on the front. That's Burnett Park in Syracuse, New York. 1907 is what it says there on the postmark. Here's a Connecticut Brook. Hey, Blocks Indeed. Hey, Dick At, Steel City Mafia. Thanks for coming in. We're looking at postcards. You're going to bid on everything in the stack I put down here, plus your choice on one of the stacks up top. 1908 on that one. Here's the Horseshoe Curve in Mount Lowe's, California. And the postcards are just randomly being pulled out of this box that I found in an old farmhouse here in East Tennessee. So here's Winchester Cathedral. I guess like the song, this one was in a, looks like it was in a scrapbook, as was this one. Yeah, it looks like all these are scrapbooks. So I'm just going to kind of go through these and throw them in. Not really count them, but they're so. I think they're all Winchester Cathedral. All right, here's Mars Hill in Lynmouth. That one was also in a book. And then we have another Winchester Cathedral. Keep wanting to sing the song. Here's Potsdam, the Church of the Garnison. All right, looks like now we're out of the scrapbook ones. So here's the Queen Alexandra. And then some kind of ocean scene. I'm not sure where that is. Let me do a couple more since we had so many of the scrapbook ones. Here's Statue of Robert Burns in Casino in Denver, Colorado. Bookends won the giveaway. Let me write your name on that one. Put it in your stack. All right, congratulations there. And here's Cliff Drive in Kansas City, Missouri. Here's Windsor Castle. Here is the Tower of London. And then here is the John Alden House in Duxbury, Massachusetts. And posted there. Here's the Flower Beds, Electric Park, Kansas City, Missouri. And then here's another Kansas City. And I guess we'll go ahead and get this one started. So you're bidding on this plus any I throw down in 45 seconds, and then your choice of one stack up top. So let me get some ready to go here. All right, so here's the first one. Run next, and we're off and running. This is Bonaventure Cemetery in Savannah, Georgia, 1905, undivided back. Then we have somebody's statue, General Warren statue, I think it says. That one's 1907. And not sure what this one is, but it's the Portland Postcard Company in Portland, Oregon. Here's a scene in a public garden, Washington statue in Boston, Massachusetts, 1938. Here's Balance Rock, Idaho. Here's the Canal Bay Resort in St. John, Virgin Islands. Here's the Hotel Bostonian in Boston, Massachusetts. Here is Greetings from Idaho. All right, Drowning in Stuff 1. Then you also get Shoshone Falls. I actually went there in August when I was driving back with my daughter from Washington to Tennessee. We stopped at Shoshone Falls. It was really cool. I think they call it the Niagara Falls of the West. 1 or 2, Drowning in Stuff. Number 1. All right, I don't think I've written your name down yet, so let me get you a sticky here. Hope everybody's having a great Friday so far. I know it's pretty cold here, but it's very, very sunny today, so it's been nice after being pretty dreary for the last couple of days. All right, let's get our stack 1 replenished. Let me take the penny off of stack 2 there. This is Covered Wagon, Kearney, Nebraska. I wonder if this almost looks like one of those things you scratch off with a penny, but I'm not sure. Here's Coral Gables, Florida Home on Granada Boulevard. Here's Wonder Scenes, Crater of the Moon, National Monument near Arco, Idaho. Welcome in, Neil Dubs, NG. Thanks for coming in. We're looking at postcards today. It's going through random lots right now. Also have some binders we can look at later. Here's the moon over Miami. Here's My Heart's in the Highlands. My heart is not here. Wonder if that's the Highlands in North Carolina or the Highlands somewhere else. Here's Scotland Yard and Whitehall Court from the Westminster Bridge in London. And then here's somebody's house. Oops, this is, looks like it's been cut across the top, but this is a Sherwin-Williams Bright Nut postcard. So an advertising postcard for Sherwin-Williams. Here's Ice Break Up on the Cedar River. We'll do a couple more. Hey, Millicent's Memories, my fellow Tennessean, welcome in. You know the drill. You've been to, I think, all the other shows I've had of these. So here's Hotel Miller in Great Barrington, Massachusetts. Let me do one, and then we'll get back on the main stack. Here's The Approach to Lake Champlain at Red Rocks in Burlington, Vermont. Actually, let me go ahead and do this one in there too. That's Sea Treasures, so a bunch of seashells. Well, that one's got a corner, so let me put one more in there. Here's Along the Shore at Osprey, Florida. Looks like a real photo postcard, and it is an Azo, and it has all the triangles up, so I think that's like 1904 to 1918 or something. It does have a little bit of damage across the bottom. All right, so there's our stacks 1 and 2. Let me get started on the main stack now. Here's the Clyde Steamship Company, the SS Lenape or Lenape, 1913. Here's the Round View or Sound View at Port Jefferson, New York. Hey, Uptown Girl, Brian C. Anybody else I've missed? I am Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Speaking of Knoxville, Tennessee, here's Chilhowie Park, the Jacobs Building. That is actually still there. Running postcards today, and here's Versailles. Here's a cool one. It looks like acrylic. I don't know, Russian or something maybe. There you go. And then there's Concord, Massachusetts Battle Monument. That's a tuck there. We know somebody in here who likes tuck postcards. Here's Cedar Lake in Chester, Connecticut. Then here's the restaurant building in Mountain Park in Massachusetts. 1919 maybe. This one's got a big chunk out of the bottom, so we'll just throw it in. Here's Crescent Beach, Connecticut. That one also has a little damage there. Here's the Public Square in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm just going to make it through the rest of this stack and then we'll get started. Here's the Armory in New Britain, Connecticut, 1905. And then here is Dewey Memorial Hall in Sheffield, Massachusetts, undivided back, 1913. It does have a little tear right there. And then here's St. Dunstan's Cathedral in REI, Charlottetown. I don't know if that's like Bahamas or what, but it's a tux. A couple of tucks in that stack. Here's the Cascades and United States government buildings. This one might be, let's see. Oh yeah, it's the Pacific. It's a World's Fair, an exposition. I think it's the something Pacific Exposition. If you can see up there in the corner. Here is Sunapee, New Hampshire. Undivided back. There's some staining at the top, and then finally we have a Versailles postcard here. So let me grab a stack, and then we'll get the clock started. And you'll be bidding on everything here, plus your choice of one of the stacks up top. All right, let me get this one ready to go. So here will be the first one we're dropping. We're going to run next, and we're off. Here's Old Grenier something burying ground in Boston, Massachusetts. Then here is the Hanging Bridge in Royal Gorge, Colorado. Here is Great Falls of the Yellowstone National Park. Here is Mountain Lake, Virginia. I've been there before. Here is the Bridge of Years, Natural Bridge, Virginia. This one's probably going to be an undivided back. Here's Tollgate National Park. Yeah, it does have a crease in it. Here's Highland Lake from the Hill, Winston, Connecticut. Another undivided back. Not sure. Mardi Gras in New York. So not in New Orleans, but Mardi Gras 1918. Then we have this one, Coney Island Boulevard. Undivided back. Here's a Valentine's card. 1913. Here's a good luck card. 1912, I think it is. We have a man on a horse. And here's a Christmas. We're getting all the holidays covered here. So I'm not sure on the year on that one. That one's embossed. Here's another embossed Christmas postcard. And then here's a cathedral. Oh, this one's got a piece of tissue paper on the back. It must have maybe come out of a binder. All right. Night L Sales, thank you so much. And do you want stack 1 or 2? Just let me know in the chat which stack you would like. Number 1. Well, if I can pick it up. Thank you so much, everybody, for the bids. And we will take this penny away. And we will get number 1 filled back up. Here is Old Turning Mill Site in East Lynn, Connecticut. Hey, Lee Son. Hey, Hammer Jack. Anybody else I've missed? Appreciate you coming in today. Happy Friday to everyone. Castle Craigview, Hubbard Park, Meridian, Connecticut. Here is the Old Mount Vernon House in New London, Connecticut. And then here's the York Mills in Maine. Here's Middletown, Connecticut High School. Undivided back 1905 with the Benjamin Franklin stamp. Here's Campbell School in Windsor, Connecticut, 1909. And then here's San Francisco, California music stand in Golden Gate Park, another unposted there. Here is the Van Rank Library in Syracuse, undivided back 1907. And for anybody, make sure if you hit one of the reward cub levels, you click on the little crown icon up at the top and claim your reward. I think I have several diamond members now, so appreciate everybody who's purchased from me and reached whatever level you've reached. Here's the Italian Gardens Casino showing U.S. warships in Rhode Island, undivided back. Here's the Bay of San Diego, California, 1908. And then here is the Ancient Burial Ground in New London, Connecticut, undivided back. Let me do two more and then we'll get started on the main stack. I don't know if everything's just faded out or if it was completely blank on the back, but there's nothing on the back except a postmark from 1907. And then here's Yale University. This one's got a chunk out of it, so we'll throw one more in there. That one's from 1911. And then this one is from, not sure the date, but it's also Yale University. So there's our stack one. Let me go ahead and get started now on these. And here is Frontenac, New York Hotel, undivided back 1909. Here is Beardsley Park, Bridgeport, Connecticut, 1906, undivided back. Here's another one of those Mogul Egyptian cigarettes, which we think is from a World's Fair. West Side Educational Building, undivided back though. This one's got some damage across the top, but it's 3 Mile Hill in Great Barrington, Massachusetts. Looks like it might have been in a binder or something. Here's some more of the World's Fair ones. I don't know which World's Fair this would be, but it's the Cross Main Lagoon. It's another, advertisement or sponsored by the Mogul Egyptian cigarettes. And seems like all these we found have been unposted. Here's another one of those, the facade of Manufacturers Building. And then here's the big live oak tree. That's the Florida Artistic Series of Postcards, 1910. Then here's the Hotel Bostonian. Here's the La Tienda, Old Albuquerque, New Mexico. And then here is Versailles. Not sure on that one. And then here's the French line SS Normandy. I think we saw one of those earlier. The largest gangplank in the world. All right, let me grab some more because I am out. All right, here is an Independence Series number 3. I know we saw some other Independence Series earlier. And then here's Buick Office Building in Flint, Michigan, 1924. Here's St. Patrick's. Kata, I don't know. I mean, these are, I know my binders back here are kind of themed in some ways, but I don't think any of them are themed cats or dogs. And these are all completely random. They're just the way I pulled them out of the farmhouse. And the boxes are just like all over the place. So maybe we'll see some. I know we've seen some dogs at least. I can't remember if we saw any. Well, we've seen some black cats because we've seen some Halloween postcards. All right, 1910. St. Patrick's Cathedral, and then here's Sharon from CVRR, so from the something something railroad. Greetings from the Green Mountain State. Let me do a couple more and then we'll get started with this one. Here's the Hotel Shawnee, McCurdy in Orlando. Not sure where that is, but Evansville, Indiana, Ohio, and then Decatur, Illinois. And then here's the Piers and Harbor in Burlington, I think it said. No, Bridleton. That's a Tux there. Let me do one more and then we'll get it started. Here's Bridgeport Hospital in Bridgeport, Connecticut. All right, you're going to bid on everything in this stack and then your choice of either stack 1 or 2. And I will keep throwing down for the entire length of the auction. We'll do it 45 seconds starting at $3. And we are off and running. Here's the City Hospital in Meridian, Connecticut, 1908. Here is Walnut Hill Park in New Britain, Connecticut, 1907, I think it is, undivided back. Here's some people frolicking in the ocean and at the pier in Rhode Island, unposted. Here's Mount Tom House in Massachusetts, undivided back, 1907. And then the first one I landed, so a humorous fish postcard there. Then here's the Rock Haven in Rhode Island, 1914. Here's another Rhode Island, 1914. Here's a Christmas one embossed. Then here's Miami, Florida, the Royal Palm Hotel. Here's some buffalo or bison, a bison herd at the New York Zoological Park. It's got New York Z or NYZP. San Francisco, California. All right, Millicent's Memories won that one, and I had this one in my hand. Here's Bridalveil Falls and Bridge in Deer Park, Illinois. And then do you want 1 or 2, Millicent? Make sure you're following Millicent's Memories if you like postcards. She does a lot of postcard shows and always has really good items. She does other ephemera too, but I think it's safe to say that postcards are kind of her specialty. All right, number 1. All right, so that takes care of that stack. It never got picked, so let's bring all our pennies back out and let's refill both stacks. You're so welcome. Millicent's been around about as long as I have on Whatnot. I think I've been on here since 2022. It's like 3 or 4 years. I can never remember. Hey, Cat Stance Mom. So we'll start with number 1. This is something at Yale University. This one does have some damage, so we won't really count it. Here's Brooklyn Park, a duck pond in New Bedford, Massachusetts. Here is a mechanics building in Boston, Massachusetts. Yeah, I think I was April of 2022. So here's some type of real photo postcard. It's Blainstill Lake near New Hampshire, 1935. Sorry about that. I keep hitting the thing. Here's going to be an undivided back of the Narragansett. I'm sure I butchered that name. Pier in Rhode Island. Undivided back, 1906. Here is in beautiful Humboldt Park in Chicago. That one's a Hammond postcard. And here's the lion cages in Lincoln Park, Chicago. Here is Madison Square Garden in New York. That is not the Madison Square Garden that's there now. That one's really thick. Tarrytown, New York. I don't see a date when it was posted, but here's the William Penn House in Fairmount Park, Philadelphia. Undivided back. It was sent to Master William Jameson, or they wrote their name on it anyway. Here's South Main Street in Ipswich, Massachusetts, 1910. And then finally, here's Battle Flags of Massachusetts Regiments at State House in Boston, Massachusetts. So that'll be our stack 1. And then for stack 2, we have Boston, Massachusetts South Union Station. We have a real photo of bird's eye view of Inso. I can't read the last part. But anyway, it's looking down upon a town there. And then here's view from the mountain in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Got 2 Canadian stamps on there. Here's College Street in New Bedford, Massachusetts, 1907. Here's the beach at Woodmont, Connecticut. Does have some creasing in it, 1911. Here's Nowgate Prison, Copper Hill in Connecticut. Mine here was used as a prison in 1773. And here is St. Joseph's Church and Hall, Rochester, New York, 1910. And then here's the Flatiron Building in West Hoboken, New Jersey, 1909. Let me do a couple more. Here's Detroit, Michigan, Griswold Street, 1916. And this one, I'm not sure, a circular bridge from track below. So like a railroad, railroad postcard. And then finally, New Haven, Connecticut, view from Mansfield's Grove, 1918, I believe it is. All right, so there's your stack 2. And now we'll get started with the main stack here. Hey, plenty of this. Hey, I'd flip that. Thanks for coming in, Joe and Nicole. Bill Riva, thanks for stopping by. Anybody else that I've missed? I am Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures here in Knoxville, Tennessee, doing postcards today. We're going through like boxes of postcards that I pulled out of this farmhouse here in Upper East Tennessee. And we've been doing this for about 6 shows now. And I'm down to the last 3 boxes, so can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And then I'm trying to talk the guy who owns the house into selling me some more because I think there were some more squirreled away in there somewhere, but I've got to go back and look. Tell you what, let me go ahead and do another giveaway here. Let me get it started and then I'll show you what it is. If you haven't bought anything, if nothing else, this will help you on shipping. And I do have my shipping capped at 9, whatever the just over 1 pound rate is. So the most you'll pay, regardless of how much you buy, is the 922 or something like that. But anyway, what does it mean that says yo next to run next? I've never seen that. It literally says yo on a button next to the run next button. Has anybody who's a seller seen that? I'm scared to push it though. All right, so here's that giveaway is started, and it's going to be just 5 chrome postcards, it looks like, or 5 chrome postcards. There's a train there. So you'll get all 5 of those. And there's 4 minutes and something left on that. All right, so let's get our main stack going here. So this is a beach scene in Woodmont, Connecticut, 1910. Here is the branch of a California pepper tree with berries, 1920. And then here's Lake Louise in Alberta. And then here's Northgate. So like a real photo postcard. It's foreign though. A postcard picture by Judges Limited, Hastings in England. And there's another real photo type postcard. The Hoe. I think that's what that says, in Plymouth. And then here's the Citadel Gate in Plymouth. Hey, Firebird Vintage. And then there's a lighthouse. The Smeaton Lighthouse in Drake's Island, Plymouth. That one's cool. So a couple real photo postcards in a row there. And then here's Palm Beach, Florida. Beautiful walk. Does have a crease in the corner down here. Undivided back. It went to Mrs. Kirby. Here's the old post office. Another photo postcard. Photographed and published by Maycock, the little art shop in Cornwall. So England. Postcard picture. I have no idea what this is. But anyway, you got that one. And here's the Queen Mary. Canard White Star Liner, Queen Mary. There's the back of that one. And there's another Queen Mary, different view. The RMS Queen Mary, Britain's masterpiece, Canard White Star. I think this is a different view of it. Let's see. Yep, and then here's yet another one, the RMS Queen Mary, different view. And then I got to pull some more out of the box. Give me just a second. Here, I've got another one of these. Since we got ships in there, we'll throw another one of these SS Normandy French lines in here. All right, let me reach behind me and grab another stack out of the box. We'll do a couple more, then we'll get started. Here's Avalon, Catalina Island in California. Undivided back, 1905, it looks like. Here's Miami Beach, Florida, 1935. That one's a Lennon. Here's another Lennon in New Hampshire, 1943. And then finally, Lake Winnipesaukee, New Hampshire, 1950. No, yeah, maybe 1950. I can't. But anyway, it's got the "You Can Prevent Forest Fires" postmark. All right, let me go ahead and get one up here, and then we'll get it running. Hey, JLE 513, thanks for stopping in. And we are off and running. Here's Mount Pleasant, New Hampshire, and you're bidding on this stack plus your choice of one stack up here. Here's Colorado State Capitol by night in Denver, Colorado. Another Prevent Forest Fires stamp. Here's the Pillars of Hercules, Colorado. Here's Annapolis, Maryland, the Governor's Mansion, 1943. Here's Landing, a big one in Maine, 1950, I think that one says. Here's Yucca in California, 1947. Here's North Central Avenue in Phoenix, Arizona. So we're into a run of Lennons here. Here's Seagulls in Salt Lake. Here's Nebraska, Central Monitoring Station. Here is the Glen Ellis Falls in White Mountains, New Hampshire. And here's the YMCA Hotel in Chicago for young men and women. Here is the Emerson Hotel in Baltimore, Maryland. And then here's the Flume Gorge in the White Mountains, New Hampshire. Here's an undivided back sunset on Connecticut River. Springfield, Massachusetts. I'm not sure what this one is. Oh, Long's Peak somewhere. Here's on the Denver and Rio Grande Western Railroad. And Bookends won the giveaway. Didn't you win the last giveaway too, Bookends? You're lucky. You need to go play the lottery. Trying to throw these in pretty quick for you. There's something in Colorado. Here's the Beckholder Farmhouse in Raymond, New Hampshire, 1920 something. Here's the Pacific Beach Hotel. That one's cool, 1970. That one looked older than that. Night Owl Sales, number 1 or number 2? Let me go ahead and write Bookends on here while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, why don't you go buy a lottery ticket, and if you win the big one, we'll split it since I suggested you go play it. How does that sound? Number 1. All righty. This will go in Night Owl Sells other stack. All right, so let's pull that off there. Hey, Post Road Photos, thanks for coming in. All right, so we need a refill number 1 here. Tell you what, let's do one more round. Then I think, does anybody want to see any of the royal the royal family postcards out of the binder I have? They're pretty cool. Let's do that next, just to switch it up a little bit. So we'll go ahead and do this one. This is a Merry Christmas, embossed here, 1913. Here's a public park in Long Island, New York. It does have some wear along the edge there. It's a natural view postcard. Here's rear view of the grandstand in Hialeah Park in Florida. And then here's the clubhouse entrance to the Miami Jockey Club. Here is Ye Old Townsend Manor in Greenport, Long Island. Here's an Easter postcard with the 2 bunnies on it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I will. I'll go ahead and run that one too. Rewind. We'll do it next since you have the pre-bid on it. 1908 on that one. And then here's, I guess, another Christmas. It does have some creasing down here in the corner. Undivided back Christmas card. Here's another Joyous Christmas Tide, embossed. Then here's the United States Hotel in Saratoga, New York, 1908. And then here's Walnut Hill Park, New Britain, Connecticut. This one's got a tear out of the corner. Otherwise, it's really cool. Loving Easter greetings. It's stained and everything. It's a Tuck and Son Easter postcard. But yeah, that one's seen better days. But we'll throw it in there. Beautiful Mount Hood, Portland, Oregon. And then here is, I'm not sure what this one is. Oh, here we go. Private Howard Heckle. So it's got, I guess, his number, Squadron, BM2 Flight 228, Lackland Air. I guess he stamped it with his return address. So let me do a couple more. Deadeye Dicks at New Harbor. And then finally this chrome of whatever it is. Old Harbor, Block Island, Rhode Island. All right, let me build my main stack here. Here is a map of Block Island. Hey, Mo Rancher. Thanks for coming in. Hey, Chip and Sissy, thanks for coming in. Here's Landlocked Seaman. Here's one of those Build Your Own Adventure postcards. Has not been filled out. Hello, Sweetie, Sugar, Gang, Deer, Big Shot, Old Timer. Here is a view of Springfield, Massachusetts. Here's Shimmers Lake in Grand Island, Nebraska. Here's a chrome of somebody in a boat. A Scarlet fishing boat. Here is the night view of the Republic Steel Corporation. There's a duplicate of that. I'll save it for another stack. Here's the Stanball Auditorium in Youngstown, Ohio. And here's the Youngstown Municipal Airport. Here's the concourse at the Union Terminal in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm just going to go ahead and, I guess, get through the rest of what I got here. Then we'll get it started. Here's the Upjohn Company. Here's U.S. Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. So we're in some linens here. Netherland Plaza Hotel in Cincinnati, Ohio. Here's a chrome of the Executive Mansion in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Here's a old humor postcard. It says wet paint. This one does have a little tear right there. But each of these scenes has some wording with it. And then this one's from 1907. Here's the Legend of Tallulah. There's that one. Here's a Holiday Inn postcard. Here is another hotel somewhere. Here's Rocky Hollow, trail number 3 in Marshall, Indiana. Here's another chrome of the Needle in Maui. Here's the Public Library in Providence. Here's the Congregational Church in Bristol, Connecticut. So building a pretty big stack here. Here's Lake Sunapee, New Hampshire. All right, let me grab another stack and then we'll start the auction. Hey, what? Let me put some of these, since I had duplicates of these before. Here's another one of the Queen Mary cards. And then here's another one of these Queen Mary cards. No, the Normandy French line on that one. But I think I do, yeah. Here we go. Here's another Queen Mary. And I think there was one more design I had a duplicate of. Let's see. Yeah. And then this one. So 3 Queen Marys and then the other ship. All right, let me grab a stack here and then we'll get the auction started. Then we'll do the pianos next and then we'll do some royal family stuff. Hey, Engine Co., thanks for coming in. All right, this is going to, let me start the auction. So you're bidding on this whole stack plus your choice of either 1 or 2. So run next. This one's 1906, I think it is. Here's the library in Boston, Massachusetts. Undivided back, 1907. Here's Rochester, New York. 1909, I think it says. Here's Athol, Massachusetts. I'm not sure what this one is. It says down there, but the print's hard to read. But it's 1907. Here's Brunswick, Georgia. Don't think we've seen any Georgia postcards. It does have a stain on it. Here's the M building in Toledo State Hospital in Toledo, Ohio. And then, wow, Bookends gets a deal. Undivided back. And then you want number 1 or number 2? Number 2. Let's see. Put this in your stack. And I'll tell you what, just to clear the table real quick, I'm going to take all the ones we've pulled plus this stack and run them starting at $1. So, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to go ahead and I still don't know what the yo means. That's so weird. Now, let me unpin this. Let me go back and repin it so I can start this at $1. Pin. All right, I'm going to start it at $1. And I'm going to run it for 45 seconds, and I'll just show as many as I can. So these are all the leftover ones. Let me move these pennies out of the way, too. All right, start auction. That is running. All right, so you have Youngstown, Ohio. I'll try to go through them fast. Undivided backward in. Pembroke Church. Florida, St. Augustine. White Mountain, New Hampshire. Some foreign postcard. There's looks like a painting. Here's this one. 19. I'm not sure the age. Cutting bananas. Tell you what, I'm just going to show the fronts just so we can get through as many of them as we can. There's a real photo of some lake scene. Here's the Pentagon. All right, Millicent's got all those for $1. Good job. All right, let me find your stack. Callie, no. Get out of here. My cat came in to say hello. All right, so let me find the piano one. There it is. Let me pin it. All right, let me find which one this is. It's not that one. Not that one. There it is. All right, so this pretty cool lot of postcards. I'm not going to take them out, so we'll do our best to look at them in the binder. Let me take this off here. It's going to be a little bit of a glare, though, since it's in these reflective sheets. But this has 95 antique and vintage postcards, and they all feature pianos or pianists in some form or fashion. So let me just try my best to show them. A few of them, maybe we'll be able to see the back. But some pretty cool ones in here, I think. Here's one with a dog in it. Somebody was asking about dogs, but of course you'd have to buy the whole lot to get the dog. There's the back of whatever's, I don't know, 50 cents, $50, I don't know. Here's a little humor one that says, I will be blank years old and we'll have a party. No, it's not a humor, it's an invitation. Here's a love song, The Interval. Will you practice this piece with me? They look like they're practicing for something. Here's Stairway Dining Room in Concord, Massachusetts. Here's the Piano Enthusiast. Here's a pump organ. Hopefully postcards sell better than the actual pump organs. This lady in my neighborhood wanted me to sell a pump organ for her, and I tried to tell her, they don't sell very well. And hers is, it's in perfect condition. It's like this, but it also has like real intricate shelving built into the back, but we could not give it away. So unfortunately, I did not sell it for her. There's some more people practicing up there. Like a real photo type postcard. Here's one that says, sounds good to me. I I guess this one's got a message written on the front, probably an undivided back, but it says the West Point route. So I guess it's maybe a railroad something or another. Just a song at twilight with a Sicilian piano that anyone can play. Here's a Merry Christmas one here. And then whatever this one is back here. I'm not sure about these. But yeah, there are 95 in this binder. Here's one that says, I'll always be true to you. Jolina's something at the piano. Here's the music room in Mount Vernon, Virginia. Perhaps you'll remember the happy years when our love was fond and true. That one's cool right there. And look at that one. Look at all those keys on that thing. Here's Jenny Lynn Square grand piano in the Stephen Foster Museum. Sorry about the glare. There's another. I don't know where that one is. Here's a couple of backs you can see just to give you an idea of how old the other ones might be on the other side. There's that one. Here's the music teacher or music master. And then here's A.B. Chase pianos and Artistanos manufactured by the A.B. Chase Company. Then you got this little girl playing the piano in her leotard. Then there's that one. And then this says, holding card with the dress side towards you, preferably in a dark place. Bend it slightly so that the figures stand away from it. Move a lighted match behind it and no result. Oh, so that's one of those, what is it you call those Millicent's memories? That I guess you can see that light comes through them. Hold the light, that's right. Christmas greetings. Then there's I Want to Be an Angel. She's singing while her sister plays, I guess. And then If Music Be the Food of Love, play on. And there's that one. This one. Here's The Lost Chord. Here's Time to Tune Up Your Ivories. That one looks newer. This one also looks newer. These look like continental size, maybe. Here's another advertisement for Lear piano for your home. Select the sweet toned Lear piano. There's another what looks to be continental size. Then it says, try this on your piano. Here's a Warsaw Jet all the way. And then here's another dog. Le Piano something. Here's a painful pianist. Hark to our low anguish moan and leave the piano alone. Though you are a stayer, you'll ne'er be a player, though you wear your fingers to the bone. That could be describing me. That one's 1905 because I try to play the keyboard, but I'm not very good. Here's Pupils of the Boston School of Piano Tuning. That's a lost art. One of my friends died in high school as a piano tuner. It's probably hard to get much work these days. Here's 1909. Dear friend, I am one of the contestants in the St. Charles Union's piano contest and am in to win, if I can do so fairly and honestly. So she's not going to cheat, but there's that one. Here's Mount Vernon, Virginia. Here's House of the Seven Gables in Salem, Massachusetts. Something, the Parlor, Longfellow's home in Portland. That was the back of that one. Here's Living Room in the Old Indian Agency House. And then here's Love Still Sings the Same Old Story as Cupid Reaps the Same Old Glory. Then there's the chapel at Krause College at Syracuse. Getting pretty close to the end here now. Here's a real photo of Sulgrave Manor, the Spinet. And this one looks like a chrome. This one might be a chrome as well. There's just a upright piano. Not sure what's special about those. Here's a lady playing the piano. Here's the steamer John Cardwalder, Baltimore and Philadelphia Steamboat Company. Wow, that's nice. Amphitheater and Riverfront Park in Miami. And then there's the evolution of the piano. This one looks like it's hand colored. Well, I think it might be. Feels like it's like got embellishments on it. These feel raised, the little dots and stuff. This one's probably an undivided back here. Enraptured. And Just a Song at Twilight. Yeah, and these did not come out of the farmhouse. These actually came out of a collection I bought out, which is why they are organized, because none of the farmhouse ones were organized. Here's Our Concert. It was a howling success. I guess he's howling. It says Queen of the Earth. Anyway, there's a pianola, the player piano with a style of its own. We got these two. And then Playing the Piano turns idle leisure time into real pleasure time for busy people. Here's the Queen's Dollhouse. I think this is the last page. There's the backs of the two here. Oh, no, I lied. There's one more page. Here's the Harvard pianos. Looks like another advertising card. I'm not sure about that one. Here's Krakauer pianos. We've seen quite a few advertisements. And here's I'll Learn Me to Learn Me Music. Oh, I'll learn them to learn me music. So I guess banging away at the piano here. And then the last page has these two Studio, the Blas School of Music in Washington, Pennsylvania. It's like a real photo. And then finally, this one looks like a real photo as well. And then here's a chrome. So you're getting all 95 of these. So let me get this started. I'll tell you what, I'll run it for 45 seconds and I'll kind of flip back through them so you can see them again. So let me start the auction. I'll go ahead and put it at a minute. So 1 minute, $5 start, and it's running. So we'll just kind of quickly go through what's in here. A lot of really neat postcards. So there's the dog. I like these. There they are practicing. Yeah, they're 95 piano and pianist themed postcards. Thanks for the bids, everyone. Got that one. Try not to make anybody seasick here. The girl in her leotard. Christmas card, and then the whole delight there. Hey, Bobby. Thanks for coming in. If you like comic books, make sure you follow Super Ed. He's my friend from Granny's Attic in Clinton, and he does postcard shows comic book shows all the time. All right, Rewind Iowa took that. Thank you so much. That will be coming your way most likely on Monday. Well, let's see. Thanks for the bids, everyone. Yeah, I think that was a really good buy on that. Some really cool postcards in there, especially the whole delight one. So, all right. So let me get these. Let's do some of these royal family ones. We did some of these last show, and they were pretty popular. So we'll do a few more, and I'll do just like I did before. I'll do 2 sheets, so it's 18 of these postcards. And I'll go ahead and pull these out and just ship them stacked. So Oh, thanks for stopping by, Bobby. Have a good weekend. Well, I'll see you tomorrow at Granny's. So see you then. All right. So here's the royal family, unposted. So all these, well, I won't say all of them. Most of them are real photo type postcards, and they're all pictures of the royal family. So here's, let me go ahead and pin that so I don't forget. Uh, Here's the royal family at Windsor. So there's two. There should be roughly 18. I guess some of the sleeves might be missing a card, but here's the royal party preceded by the Lord Mayor of London at St. Paul's Cathedral. And then here's a Tux postcard of their Majesties, the King and Queen, and the Royal Highness, the Princesses Elizabeth and Margaret Rose. So there's four. Here's His Majesty with the Royal Princesses. Look at the chairs. That is really cool. And then I'm not sure. All Hallows by the Tower, the Guild Church, a visit by Her Majesty the Queen. It's like a real photo type postcard there. Then here's the royal family with their horses. I guess they're out for a day of riding. And then here's the royal family. He's in his military uniform, and they're all dressed to the nines there. I'm going to drink of water real quick before I pull the next one. All right. And then we have a coronation souvenir from 1937. Their Majesties King George VI and Queen Elizabeth. That one's also a tux. It does look like this one was probably in a scrapbook or an album. And then here's another coronation souvenir from May 12th, 1937. And it's got a bunch of different scenes. It's kind of real photo-y, I guess. And this one's a Valentine's. So it looks like this whole sheet might be coronation ones. God Bless Our King and Queen. That one's a tux. That one is postmarked 1937. And here's another Valentine's. That may be the same one. Yeah, no, it's not exactly the same, but just another style of the Valentine's coronation souvenir. And there should be four more here. Yeah, the souvenir of 1936, the year of the three kings, George V, George VI, and Edward VIII. That one's a Valentine's. And here's a Valentine's that's postmarked 1937 with the 2-cent stamp. And it's Queen Elizabeth and King George VI. And then finally, here's His Majesty King George VI, another coronation souvenir. That one's also a tux. Looks like it was probably in that same scrapbook or album that the other one was in. And then here is got the two princesses plus the king and the queen. So you're getting all, I think it's 18 of these. So let me go in and start this. We do not need to do it for a minute. I'll do it for 30 seconds and then try to go back through them. And we are running. So all the coronation souvenirs, a couple of tucks in there, a couple of Valentines. Then these were from the first sheet, I think, just pictures of the royal family. Let me run through the back of them just so you can see those. That was the tux, Valentines, 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 tux, Valentines, tux. And these were all just like, I don't know who made these exactly. There's another tux, and Millicent's Memories took that. You put that in your stack. Turn those that way. All right, let's go ahead and do one more set of those, and then we can. Let's see. Those aren't postcards, but we'll do them. But I'll do 2 sheets plus this one sheet that's not postcards. Okay, this one is a postcard. We have another coronation souvenir. No, this one's a souvenir of the royal visit, so not the coronation. That one's a Valentine's. And then we have this one in a binder, or in a folder, rather. And so it is a postcard. It's just in this, stuck in this little sleeve. And it's His Majesty the King with his cigarette there. Bet you wouldn't see a royal with their cigarette anymore. And then we also have this commemorative first day cover, the King George issue. So you got those 3, and then you have Her Royal Highness the Duchess of York with Princess Margaret Rose. That one's a tux. Then the Royal Family, and that one is a Columbia postcard. These are so cute. And then here's Princess Elizabeth and Margaret Rose. That one's a tux. Dear Pat, in spite of the very unsettled weather here, Uke is enjoying himself. So there's a Beagles postcard, and that is Princess Elizabeth and Margaret Rose again. Hey, Mighty Annie. Hey, Kane6676. Y'all snuck in without me seeing. I haven't been paying attention to the chat. He did die of lung cancer. So, yeah, that's a good public service announcement there. Do not smoke. Here's Princess Margaret Rose of York. Another tux. And then another tux. Here they are a little older. Princesses Elizabeth and Margaret Rose. Look like maybe she's a teenager, maybe like what, 12 and I don't know how far apart they were, but that's another tux. And then, well, if I can get them out. Here is the Princess Margaret Rose of York tux. So we're heavy on tux in this lot. Here's the Princess Elizabeth and Margaret. And now we got some more coronation souvenirs. Valentine's. And then, wow, look at this one. They're all in their getup. Look at those trains. Wow. That one's some kind of foreign postcard. Yeah, these are pictures of the actual, I guess, coronation robes. Official photo. Valentine's. And we got 4 more here, and then we'll get it started. Here's the royal family on the balcony at Buckingham Palace. Excel series. And here's another Valentine's, and this one is the crowning ceremony in Westminster Abbey. And then the last 2. Hey, welcome in, Froggy55. Plenty of this. Anybody else I've missed? I'm Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures, running postcards today. Right now we're doing some royal family postcards. Here's another souvenir of the coronation. This one does have a crease in the corner. That one's another Excel series. And then we have another Valentine's. And this one is the crowning ceremony. So let me get these stacked up here where I can show them one more time while it runs. All right, before I start, you're also getting the first day issue with the 3-cent stamp, nothing inside, and then this coronation souvenir with the postcard inside it, and the public service announcement to not smoke. His Majesty, courtesy of His Majesty the King. Hey, swiping good vibes. All right, let me go ahead and get this started, then we'll run back through them as it runs. We're just going to run next. I think that'll work. As I mentioned earlier, it's the Russian roulette of whatnot, the run next button. Hey, Millicent, have you seen in this new, or Mighty Annie, or anybody else who sells, have y'all seen this button? It's next to Run Next that says Yo, Y-O. Just what in the world? I'm scared to push it. I don't know what it's going to do. I think it's a button, but I mean, it's just saying Yo, Run Next. Yeah, I wished I could do a screenshot and show it somehow, but I've just updated Whatnot this morning, I think, and it's the first time I've ever seen it. It's a Y and it's a capital Y and a capital O, and it's right next to the Run Next button. So, anyway, if anybody knows what that is, yeah. Of course, there's nothing that tells you what it does. So, anyway, all right. So let me go ahead and run next. All right, this is running $5 start, 30 seconds. Let me go through these. Just gonna go through them without really saying anything since we've talked about all of them. Teenage years. Well, I could have put everyone a different direction. There they are in their finest robes. And then the backs. I know there were a lot of tucks in here. Tucks, Valentine's, tucks, tucks, tucks. All right. Millicent's Memories took that one as well. Let me stick that with your other royal family ones. Let me see how many pages I got left. Well, let's do one. Let's do at least one more, and then maybe I can save the rest for a rainy day. So this one's the crown, King George VI, seated in his coronation chair. Yeah, and this will be the last one of these we do for right now anyway. This one's 1937, came out of a scrapbook. Here's a Valentine's souvenir Empire Exhibition, Scotland, 1938. Then I'm not sure. It's a tux, just another coronation. It's the coronation coach. And here's a Valentine's souvenir of the Empire Exhibition in Scotland again. Here's another coronation. Yeah, we might be just 17 in this one because that was only, it's because there's like a big one on the back. Here's Queen Mary's procession with her princesses. Valentine's. How is this one even in here? Oh, I guess they have this one taped to the sheet because it's oversized. Let me get this tape far away from here so it doesn't stick to anything. Yeah, so this is, I don't know if, okay, so this is a newer postcard, but it's just a souvenir of the royal visit from the National Archives. So, I mean, if you can see, it's more like a, whatever you call the larger size postcards. All right. And then here's Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, a real photo postcard. And here is Queen Elizabeth. So now we're into I think the new Queen Elizabeth. Look how young she is. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, birthday wishes, and it's got a Bible verse thing on the back. And then there's the Queen Mother, Queen Elizabeth. Got a couple more here. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. Valentine's. Here's a tux. It's awful thin. This one's like on thinner paper, it seems like, but Her Majesty the Queen, but it is a tux postcard. And then last two, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, and then another tux, and Her Majesty the Queen. So you're getting all these. I think it may have been like 17 instead of 18. But we'll go ahead and run next, and that's running. There's the coronation. There's a couple of souvenirs. There's the carriage. There's that one. That's the one that came out of a thing. Then you have this bigger one. And then on the backs, Tux, Valentine's. Not sure what that one is. The one with the birthday wish thing on the back. All right, Mighty Annie. That's your first thing today. So let me write your name down. You are welcome. Thank you. All right. So do we want to go back and I can either take a look in the buy it now and see if you want me to do another one of the binders, or do you want to just go back to postcard lots from the farmhouse? Just let me know. We can do either one. While we do that, let's run another giveaway. So if anybody new's in here, they can win and maybe get some discounted shipping. So this will be giveaway number 4, and this is running. I think this one was just 5 chrome. I think that one's Las Vegas somewhere. The $1 Million Golden Nugget Gambling Hall, the Pioneer Club, Las Vegas Club, and then whatever that one is, Needles Tunnel, and Winter in the Black Hills of South Dakota. So you're getting all 5 of those. So make sure you get in the giveaway. All right, well, let's go through at least one more binder. Let's see what I have back here. I guess we can do the Shakespeare one. And like this one, I may or may not include the actual binder itself because the binder's nothing special. I mean, it just depends on how the shipping works out. I always say I'm not going to include the binder, and then I end up doing it because it's easier than taking all the postcards out. So you'll probably get the binder as well, but just the caveat, it'll be my discretion whether I take these out or leave them in. So these are all going to be Shakespeare. Shakespeare-related postcards, and I haven't really looked at them that closely, so I don't really know how old they are, but there are 122 in this one. I looked at them enough to count them. So once again, I'll apologize for the glare. So this one's taped in the front here. This one looks more like a continental size postcard. Then you got these 3, and these do look probably older. We won't be able to see the backs on any of these, so. But I think these are a combination of like images of Shakespeare and then like some of his plays and stuff. Yeah, so like this one says the Globe Theater in the days of Shakespeare there. And then that one says Mayday Sports at Shottery, Shakespeare the Victor, Shakespeare Hunting by Moonlight, Shakespeare before Sir Thomas Lucy, Shakespeare meets the strolling players. See, these look like a set here. I have no idea if it's a complete set. Tell you what, let me take one out just so we can, since there's so many of this exact one. Oh, hey, Mom. My mom's in here, so everybody say, hey, Mom. Yeah, so these, it must be a Tux series, these. So, so there were at least, does it just start on this page? Yeah, so far these 6 here have all been from that series, it looks like. Yeah, and here's more. So maybe it's a whole set. I don't know. I'm not going to read the caption on every one. But yeah, all these look like they're from that same series. Got about 1.5 minutes in the giveaway, so make sure you get in that. There's only 3 people out of 13. I mean, even if you don't like the postcards, you get a chance to help your shipping because it's capped at $9 and something anyway. Yeah, so that makes, what, 18 of them so far? So yeah, that looks like all of them. Here's Shakespeare's monument at the Holy Trinity Church. Here's Shakespeare's memorial, Shakespeare's tomb. So now we're into the death of Shakespeare. Here's a cast of Shakespeare taken after his death. Just try to kind of try to show them all to you. Like a drawing. There's Stratford-on-Avon. Sorry about the glare. Hope everybody's having a great Friday. 30 seconds left in the giveaway. For anybody just coming in, I'm Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures. I'm here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Here's the Shakespeare Memorial Theater, like a real photo type. There's another one of the same theater. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say something about every one of these, but these look like maybe they might be undivided backs, but I don't know for sure. All right, the giveaway is running. Let me see who wins this real quick. More Rancher. Hold on, let me write your name down here real quick, then we'll get back to that. All right. There's Shakespeare's house. I mean, if you see one that you do want me to pull out, let me know. But otherwise, I'm just leaving them in. If we see another thing that looks like a set, we'll pull them out. Here's his birthplace. All these are look like oil paintings or something. Looks like it's a mix of, older, and when I say newer, I mean I don't know how new they actually are, but there are some chrome in here. And I've said it before, I always think that like chrome, I think of them as new, but a lot of them are from the 40s and 50s, I believe, or 50s anyway. Yeah, these look like let me pull one of these out because these look like a series of some sort as well. Yeah, so these are salmon series, which I've seen these before. Like, I'm not these particular ones. I don't know how old they are, but they're from the J Salmon, and all these have that same look. So I imagine they're all part of that series. Sorry, gonna get everybody sick moving the camera around. Does anybody know how old the salmon postcards are? If I was guessing, I would say like 20s or something, but that's just a guess. Here's the interior of Hathaway's cottage. There's some more. So that one's dated 1907, so we know that age of that one. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was just talking about those specific. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So look at these again, Annie, and give me your best guess. I know when I've seen other salmon series postcards, not Shakespeare. Oh, that wasn't it, was it? Yeah. So there's the back of that one. I mean, they're numbered 816, copyright, printed in England. Anyway, all those do look the same, so I'm guessing they are from the same series. I know, we've just been going through the boxes, we've seen other salmon late 1910s, so older than I even said. So cool. Yeah, there's not. I mean, I'm not talking about each of these like I do a lot of them, just because they're I mean, they're all just Shakespeare related, I guess. And here's a Shakespeare in Shakespeare country. These do look like, they're from the same series. There's that one. Getting close to the end. Yeah, so there's 3 of these in Shakespeare countries. Then you have these here. Then you have the yearly course that brings this day about. She'll never see it but a holiday. Shakespeare. So it's a happy New Year card here, 1910. And there's 1908 on this one. So these are like quotes from Shakespeare. That's a quote from Macbeth. There's a New Year's postcard there. Tongues and trees, books in the running brooks, sermons and stones, and good in everything. William Shakespeare. There's another quote from Shakespeare. I think that one says 1908 on it at the bottom. So more quotes. Looks like we're back into the quote section of the album now. That's in German, it looks like. There's a Thanksgiving postcard. And then these two definitely look like they are, go together. And then how far this little candle throws its beam, so shines a good deed in a naughty world. Shakespeare. Getting close to the back now. Here's what Shakespeare knew about the game of draw poker. So, and it's got quotes from Shakespeare, from the Merchant of Venice, Macbeth, Hamlet, all kind of different plays. There's a floral postcard. It's like there's some flowers. And there's pastime with good company. I love and shall till I die. Looks like this is the last page right here. And these are all this one's like a huge postcard here. You can see it takes up half the page, and this one looks to be continental size. So, pretty good mix of older and, quote, newer postcards in there. So let me go ahead and start this one. We'll do it for a minute, and I'll go back through, but just a $5 start for all these. Let's go 1 minute. And that is running. So we know there's at least one series of tucks in there. I have no idea if it's a complete set or not. And then, the rest of them, yeah. So these were those tucks ones here. 3, 6, 9, and 18. So there's 18 of those. There's the Dead Shakespeare. We had some holiday cards, just a little bit of a mix of everything in here. And Mighty Annie's in at $5. Do we have no other Shakespeare fans? Well, we have at least one. I'm getting ready to get a good deal on this one, it looks like. And then as we get towards the back, we got into some older ones. These were that salmon. These were all the salmon series. Good deal on that, Mighty Annie. Whoops, I just turned my phone off. Sorry about that. Hold on. I locked my phone accidentally. There we go. I'm back. Let's see. Mighty Annie. And I can just tell you, I'll probably, most likely, definitely ship these in the binder because I do not want to take the time to take all those out. But thank you so much for the bids on those. All right, I think I had Let me close this up. Tell you what, let's go back to some lots of postcards because I really need to get through these. So yeah, it's a combination of being practical and lazy, I think, Mighty Annie. And I have learned I probably will try to package some stuff up on Saturday. I've learned if you package on Saturday, you can use your five shipping overages, and then you get five more whenever you know, finish the rest on Sunday. So, all right, back to the farmhouse postcards, and we'll do our stacks 1 and 2. So, for anybody who wasn't in here earlier, I'm going to do 2 stacks of around 10 postcards up top. And then we'll do a main stack. You'll bid on the main stack, and you can have your choice of 1 or 2 if you win as well. So here's Undivided Back from 1906, something in New York. The Williamsburg Bridge, I think it is. This one does have some corner damage there. Here's Boat Landing in New Hampshire, 1908. Here is the First Church of Christian Science in Boston, 1907. Here is Undivided, nope, not Undivided Back, 1909. This one has some staining. Oh, it's the Viaduct in New York. And here's St. Paul's School in Concord, New Hampshire, 1906, Undivided Back. This is another one that's got a little staining on it. This is at Gates Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. Yeah, this one's got a lot of staining. And then here's Something Point, 1907, Undivided Back. Got the 1-cent Franklin stamp on it. Here's the Empire Building in New York, 1905. Here is, you are cordially invited to be present at our store to witness a demonstration of the Chai Gnarl system of graining, staining, and varnishing. So it's a furniture store advertisement from 1909. If you would like to learn the ABC of wood finishing, here's Old Rose and Silver by Myrtle Reed. And then here's a fireplace somewhere. 1920. This is our fireplace. So maybe that's a real photo and just their fireplace. Here's a real photo of a couple. Here's a real photo of Clyde Earl Kennison. That's an Azo, has all the triangles up. So what, 1904 to 1918. Then here's 2 little girls. And then here's this lady. And we'll put it's another Azo. We'll put all these in stack 1. And then stack 2 is going to be View of the St. Lawrence River in Quebec. Then you got a chrome, I think, of Santa Claus. Santa Claus statue in Santa Claus, Indiana. I've been to Holiday World there. This one is Hawaii. This one is, oops, I guess that's some remnants of a scrapbook there. So kind of like a real photo postcard there. Here is the Washington Monument. Here's trout fishing in the clear waters of the Deschutes in scenic Oregon. Here's another Lennon Portland Central Bus Depot in Portland, Oregon. And here's the salmon jumping on the Columbia River. So a real photo of that. And then here's Celilo Falls, Columbia River. Here's Mount Hood in winter from Government Camp, Oregon. And then residents along the cliff walk from Belmont Beach, Newport, Rhode Island. And then Shoshone Falls at night in Twin Falls, Idaho. As I mentioned earlier, I've been to Shoshone Falls. And then there's the Knob Hill Club in Portland, Oregon. Let me just do a couple more and then we'll start building our main stack. Here's the end of the Oregon Trail. Here's the Columbia Gorge Hotel, finest tourist hotel on the Columbia River. And then Crater Lake National Park in Oregon. All right, so there's stack 2. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in stack 2 as well, the Lincoln Memorial. All right. Welcome in, Crazy One, Carrie Grubbs, Bass Martin, anybody else I missed. We're now running through postcards that came out of an old farmhouse in East Tennessee. Going to build a stack of about 10 or 12 here, then we'll start the auction, and as many as I can throw down in 45 seconds. You'll be bidding on those, plus your choice of one of the stacks up top. Here's the Hotel Holland in Times Square, New York. Here's the Point de Orleans near Quebec. Here's another Canadian postcard. Let me turn these around so it's easier to lay them down. Here is another Canadian postcard. So we're into a little run of Canadian. There's a real photo postcard of a family. This is a picture, so they are identified on here. Here's another real photo of, maybe a husband and wife. It's another ASO. Dear Mother, please accept this picture in remembrance of me. Taken June 4th, 1916. Presented August something 1916. Age 15 years old. Loving daughter Pearlie. So I don't know if she looks older than 15, but that's what it says. Everybody looked older back then. All right, here's another real photo. Not sure of the year on that one. Here's the Summit House at the top of Jacob's Ladder in the Berkshires, 1939. Here's Toxaway Falls in western North Carolina, 1949. Here's the Taunton River and Brightman Street Bridge, Fall River, Massachusetts, 1942. Bradford Beach, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 1941. And then here's the Governor's Palace in Williamsburg, Virginia. And then Quaint Homes on the Kings Highway in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Now let me pin these lots again. All right, let's go ahead. I think we'll go ahead and get it started. So you're bidding on this stack here, plus your choice of either one or two. And we will run it for 45 seconds. $3 start. And this is running along the Housatonic near Glendale, undivided back. Here's the Washington Park in Bridgeport, Connecticut, undivided back. Here's the Vanderbilt Hall, Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut, 1907. Charleston, South Carolina, undivided back. There's the Old North Bridge in Concord, Massachusetts. Here is Forest Hills, Massachusetts. Here's 3 Mile Hill in the Great Barrington, Massachusetts. Here is, I never was on the dull, tame shore, but I love the great sea more and more, 1913. Looks like a big redwood, 1908. Here's the Soldiers Monument in Derby, Connecticut, 1913. Here's Savannah, Georgia, Pulaski Monument, 1908, the Benjamin Franklin stamp. Here's Rustic Pavilion in Springfield, Massachusetts, 1906. Here's the New Haven White City Saving Rock, 1907. This one's got some staining, so I'm just going to throw it in so we can get to the next one. Here's Railroad Station in Concord, New Hampshire. Oh, I guess it's over. More Rancher 1. Let me just go ahead and put these two. I had them in my hand. I was in a groove there. So do you want number 1 or 2? Number 1. That's what I figured with all the real photo postcards. Let's see. Oh, there you are. I knew we had a pile for you somewhere. Let me go ahead and write your name down. Thanks for the bids, everyone. All right, so let's fill up stack one, pull a penny away from stack two there. All right, so for stack one, we have Sacred Heart Academy in Utah, 1908. Here's the Caribbean National Forest. There is the Ponce de Leon Monument and Circle in St. Augustine, Florida. Ecuador, somewhere in Ecuador. This one is the Moose Pass in Alaska. This one ain't even a postcard. It's just a photo. I don't know. It looks like a hotel of some sort. 1946, though. Throw it in. Then there's the House of the Seven Gables from Salem, Massachusetts. Here's Mascoma Lake and Moose Mountain in New Hampshire. And there's Mascoma Lake again. And then there's Ralston Hotel in Columbus, Georgia. Let me put a couple of these ship ones in. We had duplicates of earlier. Here's the Queen Mary. Here's another ship, the Normandy French line. And let me do one more here, and this is the University of Richmond in Richmond, Virginia. So there's stack one. Now let's build our main stack here. This is the Sick Lady. It's a foreign postcard. Here's Stonegate, York. That's a Rapco postcard. I think that's the first Rapco we've seen. Here's the York from the city walls. That's also a Rapco. And then here's some kind of, they're in a horse, they're driving a motor car. That's a Samuels postcard. Hey, welcome in, Time Capsule Treasures. Old Greg 420, Junior Higgs, thanks for coming in. We're going through these lots of postcards that I pulled out of a farmhouse, or boxes of postcards, rather. Here's Approaching New Ocean House in Swampscott, Massachusetts, and posted there. Here is Home of Mary E. Wilkins Freeman, Randolph, Massachusetts. Here is the Coffin House, oldest on the island in Nantucket, Massachusetts. Here's a Paris postcard. Here is an elk, I think. They introduced elks into the Smoky Mountains here. Here's a real photo postcard. Prittlewell. I guess it's foreign. It looks foreign. And then there's Banqueting Hall and Edinburgh Castle. And there's Regent's Park Suspension Bridge. That one's a Tux. Raphael Tuck and Sons. There's Promenade Lytham. The Wyndham series. Let me do a couple more, then we'll get started. Here's the Sands West Bay. Another Wyndham series. Let's see if any. No, none of these others are Wyndham series. I was going to throw them in if they were. Just, yep, here's one. And then here we go. This one's Heath Street. And that one's also a Wyndham series. Let me do a couple more, then we'll get started. Here's another foreign postcard. I'm not sure where this is. Here's West Barracks and Ruins of South Barracks in Fort Ticonderoga, New York. And finally, here's the construction of the Tabernacle Roof in Salt Lake City, 1925. All right, so you're going to bid on everything in this stack, plus your choice of one of these, and I'll keep throwing postcards down as long as they're bids. Let me grab some more from the boxes back here. All right, here's our first one, and we're going to run next, and it is running. So here's a Merry Christmas card embossed. Here's Country Road in Stamford, Connecticut, 1910. Here is the post office in Fitchburg, Massachusetts, undivided back 1906. Here's the post office in Springfield, Massachusetts, undivided back 1906. Here's Norwich Falls in Norwich, Connecticut. Here's the Hotel Woodstock in New York, 1916. Here's the Old Windmill in Block Island, Rhode Island, 1909. Bookends wins another $3. It's like everybody's scared to bid against Bookends, I think, so because he always wins the $3 ones. And then this one I had Campus at Dartmouth College there, and one or two. I almost said 1, 2, or 3, going back to 2 weeks ago. Hey, welcome in here to Party Time Capsule Treasures. Labrise Gobla, Old Greg, anybody else I've missed. And Bookends will take number 1. Let's see, there is your stack. Bookends is winning giveaways left and right, getting $3 lots. He's on a roll. They're on a roll. Let's see. So we got a refill number 1. And we have the Ella Wheeler Wilcox in her bungalow in New Haven, Connecticut, 1917 maybe. Then we have the Old Bridge and Minutemen in Concord, Massachusetts, undivided back. Milford Harbor in Milford, Connecticut, 19... Can't see the year on there. And we have this one here, Toronto. That one's a Tux from 1910. Then we have Main Street in Wellsboro, Pennsylvania, a winter scene. Then we have Old Broadway, Sconset, Nantucket, Massachusetts. Green River Street in Greenfield, Massachusetts, 1908. And we have the view of shipyard looking towards water in Newport News, Virginia. One of the old private mailing cards. I think those are some of the first postcards. Here's St. Paul's Church in Boston, Massachusetts. We do just a couple more here. Not sure. Oh, here we go. Seven Falls in Colorado. And then we'll do this one and then we'll get started. The Value of a Friend by Robert Louis Stevenson, or written, a quote from Robert Louis Stevenson, 1908. So that'll be our stack 1. Then for our main stack here, we have Scenes Along the Sunset Route, Castle Rocks, 1923, I believe is what that says. Hey, Brian, 456. Here's Dalton, Massachusetts, House of Murray Crane, 1910. Here is Reverend Francis E. Clark, Doctor of Divinity. He's the president of the World's Christian Endeavor Union. And then here's the Dorchester Hotel, London. What is WI? Something Islands. Does anybody know what WI is? There's another Dorchester. That one's a duplicate, but we'll throw it in. Here's Judges Cave, West Rock Park, New Haven, Connecticut. Then here's Bellstone Inn, West Beach, Westbrook, Connecticut. Undivided back, unposted. Winstead, Connecticut. View in front of Grant's Hotel in Highland Lake. And then the Kent Memorial Library in Suffield, Connecticut. 1910, I believe that one is. Grand Lake Stream in Maine, 1910 as well. There's a lot of older ones here. Augusta, Maine, the state capital. 19, not sure on the date on that one. Probably around the same time frame. Here's Upper Dam House in Campson, Maine, 1913. And there's Casco Bay, Maine, 1911. Dear Susie, we are having a dandy time. It's a word you don't hear much anymore. Dandy. Railroad Arch over Main Street in Springfield, Massachusetts. And then the entrance to Subway in Boston, Massachusetts. That one's got some wear. So we'll throw one more in before we start it. Boston, Massachusetts Wharf. That one's stamped Fenway Station. So I guess it was near where Fenway Park eventually was, or was then. All right, so we're going to go ahead and run next. You're getting all these, then your choice of either stack 1 or 2 up top. And we're getting ready to run next. Now, here's Echo Lake in North Conway, New Hampshire. Undivided back. Here's White Mountains, New Hampshire. Not sure what that one is. The campus from Hanover M, Dartmouth College. Here's a linen of the White Mountains in New Hampshire. Here's a linen of the White Mountains. Is that the Old Man of the Mountain, which isn't there anymore? Here's the Bon Ton Restaurant. Ooh, this one's cool. The Dam at New Hartford, Connecticut. Real photo postcard there. Undivided back, 1906. All right, bookends. One or two. What is it? 320. I'll go to at least 4. That's usually about what time I go to. Whoops, sorry. People aren't liking my postcards today, though, so let's see. We will put that in a bookend stack. And we'll have to fill both these. So we'll do one first. And here we have the Wiggins Old Tavern. Then we have Lakeshore Drive in Lincoln Park, Chicago. 1900 something. Now here's the view from Samariva near New Brunswick, New Jersey, 1907. Now don't forget about something Thanksgiving decree. Here's the Park Row building, St. Paul building in New York. Undivided back. Here's the Dyer Memorial in Providence, Rhode Island. Here's the west front of Hotel Aspinwall in Lenox, Massachusetts, 1915. Then we have the wireless telegraph station in Massachusetts. Here's Pittsfield, Massachusetts. And then here's the tennis courts at Sagamore Beach, Massachusetts, 1916. We'll make that number 1. And then for number 2, we have the lighthouse at Santa Cruz, California. Write a big message on that one. Here's the new Grand Union Station in New Haven, Connecticut, 1913. Here's the Old South Church in Boston, Massachusetts. Undivided back, 1906. Postmarked at the Cambridge Station. Here's a Western farm scene in Nebraska. And then here's Riverside Park and Shelter House in Indianapolis, Indiana. Made in Germany. I'm not sure. Oh, well, it's written in red down there. I can't really see what that one says. And then Newport, Rhode Island, the Redwood Library. Here's Eddington, Bothwell Bridge and Monument, or Bothwell. And then here's the state capitol in Salem, Oregon. Hey, Journeyums. Hey, Les Doc. Melissa Dea, thanks for coming in. Anybody else I missed? I am Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures. Doing postcards today. I guess we've been going since about 1 o'clock. And I am in Knoxville, Tennessee. Here's the post office in Salem, Oregon. Unposted. Here's the state penitentiary. Then here's the Interior House of Representatives in Salem, Oregon. And then here's harvesting a big crop in the west in Nebraska. So that'll be stack 2. And then let's go ahead and get our main stack down. Hey sis 559, Linda Fluge. I think I said hi to Geraniums. Here's In the Fields of Clover, Nebraska, and posted. Here's Halleck School in Great Barrington, Massachusetts. That one's 1912. Spent the day here. This one is, I'm not sure where that one is. Oh, here we go. Roses in Highland Park in Rochester, New York. And then here's the State War and Navy building in Washington, D.C. This one does have some staining at the top. 1908. This one's like a landscape postcard, so you fold it out. I guess it's meant to be folded. It's a panorama of Turner Falls, Massachusetts, and it was from 1909. There's the message. Dear Ruth. Then you have the House of the Seven Gables in Salem, Massachusetts. 1907, I believe. This one's embossed. This is Entrance to Cave of the Winds in Colorado. So not Cave of the Winds in Niagara Falls, but in Colorado, 1908. Here is the Ocean Avenue Casino in Hampton Beach, New Hampshire. Yeah, I mean, I have the longer I run, I mean, sometimes I'll get a new batch of people in because I've like almost quit before, and then I'll have a new batch of people come in and they'll jump back up in price. But I mean, I've got so many of these to go through that I'm fine really. If they go for $3, so be it. But I've got to get through some of these. I mean, I haven't even gotten through one of the boxes today, and I have two more after this. So. Here's Cottages in Wolfboro Bay in New Hampshire, 1918. Of course, and of course, my brain, I start fumbling my words the longer I go. I know that. Here's Little Island in Lake Centipede, New Hampshire, and I have to grab another stack. Yeah, let me just show you back here. We still have, I mean, I've gone through, whoops, sorry. I've gone through this box is all I've been working in, and I've still got all the ones in that box and all the ones in that box. So I mean, what we've been going for over 2 hours, and I haven't hardly done half of one side in this box yet. So every week I think, well, I'm not going to be able to do another one of these, off the farmhouse postcards, but I think I'll probably be able to do one more. All right, so let me grab some more here and we'll get started. Let me put a few more down. This is the summer home of President Taft. Hey, Dylan, welcome in. Sorry, keep hitting the thing. Gonna make y'all sick. Here's Revere Beach and Boulevard from Nautical Gardens Tower, 1912, I think it is. Let's do one more, then we'll get it started. Here's Wellesley, Massachusetts, Pomeroy and Schaefer, 1914. Hope everybody's doing well on this Friday. I am doing great. I'll actually be working at my antique mall all weekend, so if anybody happens to be coming through the Knoxville area, stop in and see me at Granny's Attic Antiques in Clinton, Tennessee, which is just north of Knoxville. I'll be there all day tomorrow. All right, let me go ahead and get this one started. It's going to run for 45 seconds. You're bidding on this whole stack plus your choice of stack 1 or 2, and we are off and running. Here's Boston, Massachusetts. I'll try to go through them faster once we start the clock. Here's another Boston, Massachusetts, Public Gardens, 19 something. Here's the Surf at Lynn Beach in Lynn, Massachusetts. Springfield, Massachusetts, Science Building, 1908. Here's Town Hall in Springfield, Massachusetts, Undivided Back, 1907. Here's the Post Office and Customs House in Springfield, 1906. A lot of Springfield. Here's the Old Day House in West Springfield, Massachusetts. Undivided Back, unposted. Here's the Court Square in Springfield, Massachusetts. Thanks for the bids, everyone. 1905. Here's the foothills of Mount Greylock from Farnham Hill in Lanesboro, Massachusetts. Undivided back and posted. Here's the valley looking west, Cheshire Harbor, Massachusetts. And then here we are with the Caney Fork River, Nashville, Tennessee. So interesting fact, when you drive on I-40 between Nashville and Knoxville, you pass over the Caney Fork 7 times, and that's a tux. They have good trout fishing in there too. Here's Nashville, Tennessee state capital. So another tux. So here's Glendale Park in Nashville. So we hit some Nashville ones. Wonder if Millicent's still in here because she would normally love those Nashville ones. And then I'll go ahead and throw this one in too. This is Rock City Gardens in Lookout Mountain. So thank you, Night Owl Sales. And looks like you unlock silver. So make sure you click on the little crown up top and get your coupon, whatever. I can't remember what silver does for you. Number 1 or number 2? Number 1. Seems like 1's been more popular today. Let's see. Night Owl Sales. I know we got a stack for you down here somewhere. There it is. All right. So we will pull the penny away from there and reload this. Tell you what, we'll just, for number 1, we'll make it this postcard folder. It's an older postcard folder of Buck Hill Falls, Pennsylvania. It does look like it's complete. And somebody wrote like some dates in here or something. August 89, 83, 95, 97, 88, 88. I don't know what this is. White. It's like, maybe it's scores. Red course. White, red, white, blue, red, white, red, blue. I guess maybe this isn't a date. So you may know what that would be, what kind of scoring that is. It's some kind of scoring, it looks like. It's kind of cool. Anyway, there's a postcard booklet. It looks to be complete, and they're all scenes from Buck Hill Falls, Pennsylvania. So we'll put that in number 1. And we'll build our main stack here, and this is going to be the City Hospital in Nashville, Tennessee. And then we have the Hudson River at Mechanicsville, New York. A very Merry Christmas. Here's the White House in Washington, D.C. Having a great time. Weather glorious. That's sure it's. Maybe it's 1964, maybe. That stamp looks too old. Yeah, I don't know what year that is. Here's the West Virginia Pulp and Paper Company. Undivided back. Here's Smith Park or Smythe Park in Mansfield, Pennsylvania. Undivided back, 1908. Then here's Elmira, New York, the Chemung River. 1908, I believe it is. Knoxville, Tennessee, my hometown, the courthouse. 1908. This is a tux postcard, so another local Tennessee tux. Here's the Masonic Temple in Chicago, Illinois. Here's the City Library in Springfield, Massachusetts. Here is Windsor Club in Windsor, Vermont. I don't know the date on this one. Billy is not to be something until next week. That doesn't say electrocuted, does it? I don't think it does. I don't know what it says. Billy is not to be. Can anybody tell what that says? Let's see. Until next week. I am going to Elmer's tomorrow on noon train. Grace called something White and Elmer. Well, I don't know. Maybe operated on. There you go. Somebody's having an operation. Ludlow Rescue Lake, 1911. And then Russell Library, Middleton, Connecticut. You're better than ChatGPT, my rancher. Here's the town of St. George in Bermuda, 1912. Here's Lafayette Square, Moonlight. This one does have some creasing and other wear on it there. Here's on the Adirondack Railway in New York, 1910. Here's the City Hall in Syracuse. Looks like maybe it was written on, or it was up against a card that was written on. Here's Soldiers and Sailors Monument in Syracuse, New York. Let me just go ahead and get through the rest of this stack, then I'll grab some more and we'll get the auction started. Here's West Madison, Connecticut, 1915. Here is the Benedict and Burnham Manufacturing Company in Waterbury, Connecticut. Well, you were faster than me, so. Here is Central Park in New Britain, Connecticut. Can't get. There you go, more rancher. What does it say? 1907. And then here's the New Model State School in Wilmington, Connecticut, 1916. Thought you might like a card from me. Could read that. Here's the Armory in Wilmington, Connecticut. Here's the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. And then here is the Tower Dreamland at Coney Island, 1909. And then this one is the Barbary Lion Clubs at the New York Zoological Park. Undivided back 1911. All right, so got a nice little stack there. Let me throw in one of these too. It's one of the Rock City Gardens that I had duplicates of a second ago. And then let me grab another stack and we'll get the auction started. Well, this is the last of the one half of one side of one box. So only 2.5 more boxes to go. And it took me over 2.5 hours to make it through, although we did do a couple of albums, I guess. So, all right, here we go. We're going to run next, and that's running 45 seconds. Here's Approaching New Ocean House in Swampscott, Massachusetts. Here's a chrome of some waterfalls, 7 falls. Here is On the Road to Franconia, New Hampshire. It's a faux stint postcard. Here is London. Here's Westminster Abbey in London. Here's a chrome of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Here's June in South Miami, Florida, linen postcard. Then here's another linen of Washington, D.C. Here's the Golden Nugget. And then there's the SS Cathay postcard, the Grand Pump Room Hotel and Bath. Here's another ship postcard. Looks like we're getting into a run of ships here. Indochina, Australia. Guess these are maybe an advertisement or something for these, but here's the Viceroy of India. Then here is Catskill on the Hudson, 1906. And then I had this one in my hand too. So here's Madbrook, North Brookfield, Massachusetts, 1908. Ooh, you unlocked platinum. Let's see. So do you want 1 or 2? Number 2. And there is your stack. All right, so let's refill number 2. Thank you for the bids, everyone. Hey, Chase Ben Collects, Tiffany Janella, Wes Doc, thanks for coming in. Anybody else I missed? Here's New Haven, Connecticut, Monument, and East Rock. Undivided back. Here's the Kennard White Star Queen Mary. Here is Lincoln Park High Bridge in Chicago, Illinois. Here is Commercial National Bank Building in Chicago. And Scene Union Park in Chicago. That one does have a tear, so we won't just throw it down. Union Grammar School in Ludlow, Massachusetts, 1907. Here's the pulp mills in Sisebou Falls, Weymouth, Nova Scotia. It's got the Canadian stamp on it there. Then this is view of Park Avenue in Schenectady, New York. Here's the high school in Schenectady, New York. Undivided back. Hey, Buzzards, Pick Thrift, thanks for coming in. Here's the Appellate Court Building in New York City. Best wishes for a Happy New Year, 1905. Railroad Station in Concord, New Hampshire. Undivided back. Statue of Dr. Havilah Beardsley, founder of Elkhart, Indiana. That seems good for number 2. So now let's go ahead and get our main stack done. It's Main Street looking west in Athol, Massachusetts, 1922. Dear Emma, I will leave here Saturday 3/5 to get into Hartford around 6 o'clock. Here is Stacking Alfalfa near Emporia, Kansas, 1920. Here is Seen During Band Concert in Detroit, Michigan. Look at all the ladies in their hats. 1914. It's a canal scene. Here's Salt Sheds in Syracuse, New York. Look at all the horses. It's a lot of salt. 1907. Here's the Main Street in Binghamton, New York. Here's New York Gold Hall at New York University, NYU. That one's a tux card, a raffle type. And that one, not sure the date. There's the Old England Lake Hotel in Windermere. There's the same thing. There is a Salmon Series postcard. There's another one of those. Here's the Falcon Inn in Chester. Looks like we're into a run. We were into a run of foreign postcards, but now we're back to Kingsport, Tennessee. That's right up the road from me. It's actually not far from where I got the postcards. Let me grab another stack here. Here's the Journal Building in Providence, Rhode Island. And then here's a scene in Chicago. Looks like the river there. Says it was cold. That one's another tux. That's from the Chicago series of tux postcards. Let me do a couple more, then we'll get started. Hey, Mary Kay Vincent. And then here's Lake George, New York, 1911. And this one, 1910, I think. That's New London, Connecticut. Then here's New Bedford, Massachusetts, 1909, maybe. All right, so we're going to get started. Here's the next one. We're going to run next 45 seconds. You're going to bid on all these, plus your choice of 1 or 2. And we're off and running. Here's Robert E. Perry. Got his picture up in the corner, 1908. Here's Springfield, Massachusetts, the Railroad Arch, 1913. Here's Allie's Chalmers Company Plant, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Grand Central Station in New York, 1909. And then here's Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire, the Tavern in Common, undivided back. Well, no, it does have a place to write an address. So yeah, undivided back. And then here's Detroit, something in Detroit maybe, 1905. And then here's Montpelier, Vermont, 1908. Mo Rancher took that one, and I had this one in my hand. So this is Providence, Rhode Island, 19 something, 19 maybe 19. And number 2. Let's see. Put this in your stack of cards. And then we'll fill back up number 2. Here's the YMCA in Malden, Massachusetts, 1906, undivided back. Here's the Apostle Islands in Wisconsin. That's Devil's Island, 1911. Here's a Thanksgiving greeting card with this lady with the reins on the turkey there. 1909, I think it is. Hoping to hear from you soon. And then here's Moat Mountain and the Ledges in White Mountains, New Hampshire, 1915. A lot of stuff written on that one. Here is Bedford Avenue in Brooklyn, New York. It does have a bad edge there. Here's Mount Beacon Monument in Manitowoc, New York. That's Valentine's and Sons. And then here's Cherokee Hotel in Rome, Georgia. Then you also have the image of the lady holding the flag up there. That one's 1905. Here's the Hotel Claridge in New York. That one's 1915. And then there's Chambers Street, New York City. It's Broadway, 1909. Couple more. And then there's Cannon Mountain in Franconia Notch, New Hampshire. It says it's a Kodachrome, so photo there, color photo. It's a Dextone postcard. And there's the Aetna Insurance Company in Hartford, Connecticut. And then Yale and Harvard Boat Race in New London, Connecticut. That'll be our number 2. And then let's go ahead and get these down. It's Union Depot in Grand Rapids. This one's got a couple of tears on it, but undivided back 1907. And here's the entrance to the camp meeting ground in Wilmington, Connecticut, 1908. Here's New York Hippodrome. That's cool. 1915. The largest show house in New York at the time, anyway. Here is the Manual Training School in New London, Connecticut. And there's Montasco Inn Annex in Indian Neck, Branford, Connecticut, 1915. Hey, Denise, welcome in. Hey, Lazy Man's Rest. Anybody else I missed? This one's got quite a bit of wear. I'm not sure what it is. We'll just throw it down. This one is Europa. So it's a cruise, a ship of some sort, probably a cruise ship. Then here's the Tower of the Metropolitan Life Building, 1923. Here is Mason Library and Alaskan Totem Pole in Barrington, Massachusetts, 1923. Here's a Chrome card of some sort, Yosemite. Here's a Chrome card of Winchester Center Congregational Church. Here's a real photo of Rock Mount, Roosevelt Highway, Pennsylvania. And then here is Ski Jump Hill in Salisbury, Connecticut. This one just says postal card, and then it's got the Yankee Doodle Tap Room mural, Princeton, New Jersey, and then there's the back. And then here's the halfway house for Mount Monadnock. It is a Azo real photo. This one's got 2 triangles up and 2 triangles down. So I don't remember the year on that, but sometime in the 19 teens probably. Let me go ahead and do these other real photo, then we'll get started. Here's West View from Halfway House. Another Azo, same 2 up, 2 down. And then this one is also 2 up, 2 down, and that's Last Hard Climb at Mount Monadnock. And then here is the Tip Top House at the same mountain. Yeah, I think all these are the 2 up, 2 down triangles. Let me just go ahead and get through this stack here, and then we'll pull some more out and get started. Here's the Fitzwilliam Town Library, 1918 to 1930. So I was close, 1910s or 1920s probably. There's the U.S. Military Academy. It does have some wear on the bottom. Here's the State Library in Hartford, Connecticut. And then this one's got some wear along the edges, but that's Magnolia, Massachusetts, 1913. All right, let me grab some more and then we'll start this one. A lot of real photo postcards in there. All right, here's the first one. So this is Abraham Lincoln. We're going to run next, and we are running. This one does have some pretty bad creasing, but it's an Abraham Lincoln Memorial postcard. It's almost torn off. Here is the entrance to the reading room at Yale University. It's another photo of Lakeville, Connecticut, Main Street. Here is the Ammonoosuc River from the bridge in Littleton, New Hampshire. This little batch here is all got some staining and stuff. It looks like Monadnock Mountain, so the same ones we saw the real photo postcards. There's another real photo. It does have some issues around the edge. Here's another Monadnock Mountain. All right, DGW, and there's Main Street. And do you want one or two? I will get a drink while you're deciding. Number two. And that will go in your stack. All right, so we got to fill up both of them now. Let's stick that over there. All right, so for number one, here's the Hotchkiss School in Lakeville, Connecticut. And there's the Taconic Range from Salisbury School. Here's the Charter Oak Tree in Hartford, Connecticut. Here is the main building in Lakeville, Connecticut. So a lot of Connecticut postcards here. Here's Lakeville, Connecticut. This one's Farnham Tavern in Lakeville, Connecticut. And then this one is Twin Lakes in Taconic, Connecticut. Here's some chromes rather. New York, United Nations. Here's a view of New York skyline. Here's Main Street in Lakeville, Connecticut. Here is a street view in Fitzwilliam, New Hampshire. Another real photo. Photograph postcards, Eastern Illustration Company. And then here's Cutter Studio, Dublin Village. It's another Azo. And then since this one's another real photo, Mount Monadnock, Azo. And then you have this one, Typical Zulu Warrior. He's typical. So we'll make that stack one. And then stack two is going to be Beautiful Banana Tree in Florida. Then whatever this real photo is of, I'm not sure, but it's from Mexico. Then you got this one, which is also, that one's Spain. Then we just have a postal card from the Postal Service. And we got Sunnyside, home of Washington Irving, near Tarrytown, New York. And then West Point Military Academy on the Hudson River. There's another one of West Point. And another one of West Point. Another one of West Point. Another just photo card with a big long message from 1923. Here's Miami Beach, Florida. All right, so that'll be stack two. And let me grab some more out. All right, so this one here, if it was in better condition, would probably be really, really good. I would probably take it out and list it separately somewhere, but I'm going to put it in here and put some trust in y'all. This is the Nashville baseball team from 1908. It does have some condition issues, but it's postmark 1988. It says, "This is the team that won the pennant for Nashville today. The greatest ball game in the history of the Southern League. 1-0. So attendance over 1,200. Excitement high tonight." So that one, I wish it was in better condition, but that one is really cool. Then we have a Black Americana postcard, September evening. Then we have a 1941 DeSoto. Then we get into some chromes. It looks like Sheraton Palace Hotel, Augusta Evans' old home in Mobile, Alabama. And we have greetings from Wrigley Field. Not an old one, but another baseball one. Then we have a postal card from 1905. That one's Silver City Lodge. So I guess like a Masonic type postcard. This light's really good. Here's the obelisk in Central Park, New York City, 1906. Then we have the Washington there. Looks like another Black Americana, and it's kind of a baseball. And the prodigal son made a home run. Brother Noah gave out checks for rain. There's another Black Americana, 1906, it looks like. There's the Sands Hotel with Louis Armstrong playing. And then here's 1954. Here's Benjamin Franklin Hotel. There's Valley Green. So, and for anybody wanting to hear, that's on the bottom, the Nashville baseball one, which it does have some damage issues. So several Black Americanas, that baseball one. Let me go ahead and get it started, and then I will continue to throw down for the 45 seconds. And we are running. Georgia State Capitol, Riverside Church, New York City, Washington, D.C. Then we have Del Monte, California. That one's old looking. The Ambassador Hotel in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Feeding oranges at the Ostrich Farm in California, 1928. Here's Pasadena, California. Here's a real photo of something. Mexico, I think, maybe? No, California. I don't know what this is, but that's cool looking. Here's Stanford University, California. Yeah, I told y'all never know what I'm going to pull out of these boxes. So here's Washington, D.C. Here is the Empire State Building at night. I think this has been the lot of the day so far. Here's Three Sisters in Oregon. Then Venice, it looks like, maybe. Let me see if I can get some more in here. Oakland, California. Real photo of something here. It does have some damage. Then we have foreign postcard, photo postcard, foreign. Another foreign postcard, and a little run of foreign postcards here. Then there's Old Fisherman in Rhode Island. Then there's the Venetian Pool in Coral Gables. There's the boat landing somewhere. Here's You Poor Boob. And boob. He said boob. I know some folks at your house. Then here is, all right, bookends. You finally bookends. Somebody bid against him. He did not get a $3 start. Those were all in my hand. So, and then do you want one or two? And you just hit gold. Congratulations on that. Make sure you click up there and get your coupon and number one. Yeah, nice lot here. Let me put this in bookend stack. I'm going to stick this one on top and put it in a sleeve because it is cool. All right, so we will pull that one. Hey, Grandma Sherry, welcome back. Sue, appreciate everybody stopping by. Let's see, it's 4 o'clock. We'll go for a little bit longer. I mean, I can probably go to at least 5 if I still got people in here. I'll keep going. Hope everybody's having a great Friday. I am Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures doing postcards today. For anybody just coming in, you just missed a great lot a second ago. Had some Black Americana and a baseball one from Nashville that was really, really cool. So hopefully we'll find some more cool stuff. I'm going through boxes of postcards that came out of a farmhouse in East Tennessee. And I mean, through this, I think this is the 6th show I've run out of these. We found everything from Halloween postcards to baseball postcards to Black Americana postcards to a lot of holiday postcards and everything in between. Most of them seem to lean towards the early 1900s with a few chrome and other ones thrown in. So, but these are, I mean, whoever collected these, they're in no order at all. They're just all over the place. All right, so for number one, here's the East Room of the White House, undivided back 1908. Here's one of the chromes that's thrown in for good measure from 1973. Here's a linen from Portland, Oregon, the Sanctuary of the Mother. Here's Newburyport Old Chain Bridge, undivided back 1906. Here's John Dee's Pond in Waterbury, Connecticut. Wonder who John Dee is. 1911. Here's the Hotel Pembroke, Woodmont, Connecticut. Whenever I hear the word, no, never mind. That's Penn Dyke. On Andy Griffith, you had Dr. Penn Dyke that Barney played. Mother and I are stopping here for a week to 10 days. Here's Sunapee Harbor from Benmere Inn in Lake Sunapee, New Hampshire. And then here's one from the McPhail Piano Company, and it's got a sticker for Windhauser's Music Store, and it's a Boston, Massachusetts scene. Here is the government buildings in the post office in Peoria, 1906. Here's the American Falls from Goat Island. Here's Worcester Polytechnic Institute, 1907. There's St. Johnsbury, Vermont street scene. And let me do one more and then we'll start or build our main stack. Here's Bretton Woods, New Hampshire. Let's have some, I don't know if it was probably in a scrapbook or something. All right, so there's stack one. And for our main stack, we have White Mountains, New Hampshire, undivided back 1907. Oh, this one's cool. It's firefighters fighting a fire somewhere. Let's see. Water tower in action, the New York Fire Department. 1907, undivided back with the Benjamin Franklin stamp on it. And this one's got a stamp on the front. And this is Drive Forest Park in Springfield, Massachusetts. It's like a real photo type postcard. It looks like. Here's Lexington Market in Baltimore, Maryland, 1907. Here is Sherburne, New York, Main Street, 1907. Dear Grace, I'm having a delightful visit and seeing lots of country. Here's 1903, the Nelson House in Yorktown, Virginia. It's postmarked 1907, undivided back. Here's a real photo of a train going across a bridge. And then here's YMCA Training School in Springfield, Massachusetts. Undivided back. And here's King's Fountain in Albany, New York. Here's Central High School in Springfield, Massachusetts. Undivided back. North Chestnut Street School in Springfield, Massachusetts. Undivided back. This one is Lookout Mountain. Oh, so that one's Tennessee, I guess. I assume that's Lookout Mountain, Tennessee. Yeah, I think it's one. They have all these monuments on top of Lookout Mountain. So that one's the something reservation. It's got an American Red Cross like Christmas seal on it, along with the Washington stamp. Hey, welcome in, Brandy, Mick, Annie, Carrie Grubbs, VT Life, A Hand Up. Thanks for coming in. Going through postcards, just obviously seen here. So here's the Christ Church in Boston, Massachusetts, undivided back 1908. Here's Soldiers Monument in Nashua, New Hampshire. And then here's the scene along Batavia Kill in the Catskill Mountains. Here's South Court Street in Woodsville, New Hampshire. I'll get through these couple and then we'll get it started. Here's Holyoke, Massachusetts, second level canal. That one is a Tux Raphotype. And then here's the Cove, Pleasure Beach, Connecticut. All right, so for anybody who's just coming in, you're bidding on this stack plus your choice of one of those two stacks. I'm going to run it for 45 seconds, and I will just keep throwing postcards down until the clock runs out. Hear my mother-in-law tooling around up there. So let's see. Let me run next. All right, here's Ninegret House in Crescent Beach, Connecticut. Souvenir postcard. Here's Summer Cottage in Pleasure Beach, Connecticut. Here's Millbrook, South Coventry, Connecticut. All these have been unposted through here. Here's Summer Cottages again, 1908. The cottages at the left is where I am. Here's Waterford, Connecticut, the Pleasure Beach. Here's Old Saybrook, Connecticut. Look at the old car going down the dirt road there. Here's Short Term and Tourist Camp. So it's like a campground. Look at all the tents. That's pretty cool. Looks like a real photo. There's Old North Church in Boston. Then there's the Marble Palace in Newport, Rhode Island. Here's Lake George, New York, 1907. Here's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, U.S. Grant's Log Cabin, undivided back. There's Niagara Falls. Here is the Ingleside School in Connecticut, 1906. Here's the Hippodrome, 1914 in New York. Here's a real photo of a winter scene at Lowell Lake. That one's in Azo. Here's another real photo, 1909 maybe. There's a chrome thrown in for good measure there. Here's a foreign real photo postcard. It looks like it's acrylic or like so Russia or somewhere like that. Same with that. Well, I'm not sure about that one. Here's Toronto, Canada. And that one's a Valentine, and Bookends took it. I had this one in my hand, so this one's Mexico, I think. One or two. Hey, welcome in, Penjaki, Brandy, Mick. I think I already said hi to you. Anybody else I missed, thanks for stopping by. Bookends wants one. Just stick that in there. All right. Let's fill up number one. It's another chrome from maybe Mexico. Yeah, all these are from Mexico, it looks like. This one is 1910 from Norwich, Connecticut. That one is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The post office. Look how ornate the post office is. 1906. Then we have Canoeing at Belle Isle in Detroit, Michigan. That one's got some wear on the back. Maybe it was in a scrapbook. Here's Bathing Beach in Cottage City, undivided back 1911. Then we have Roadway near Greenock Inn in Massachusetts. Then here's the Berkshire Inn in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, 1912. Here's a lighthouse, the Miles Standish Monument. I guess it's not a lighthouse, it's a monument. Then here is P&O India, China, Australia mail and passenger services. This is the Mongolia. And then this one is the Mantua. These are all Grand Pump Room Hotel and Bath. So I guess they're an advertisement for that hotel or something. Then this one is the Leviathan, America's Greatest Ship. I think that's good for number one. All right, now we'll build our main stack. Hey, Sam. What you doing? You want to say hi to everybody? Sam came to visit me. Oops. Hey, Sam. Say hi. She's bored, I'm sure, 'cause I'm up here doing this and not paying attention to her. But, all right. So for our main stack, this one, I'm not sure where it is. It's I've gone blank. It's kind of like a Chrome type postcard, but anyway. Here's Mount Servin. Here's the Tower Bridge in London. It's the National Series. It's kind of like a real photo postcard there. Here's Takaka Falls in the Rockies. These look like they may have come out of something because they're perforated at the top. That's also in the Rockies. So yeah, these are all look like they were together out of a booklet maybe. So yeah, all these are Rocky Mountain scenes. I think that's the last one there. Base of the Great Glacier and Mount Sir Donald Peak. So, all right, then you have the Tower of London and Tower Bridge. Then we have, I'm not sure where this is. Blackpool, maybe? It's the Wyndham series. Here's South Shore in Blackpool. So yeah, that last one was Blackpool as well. Look at the guy on the bicycle here. That's pretty cool. I think he's on a bicycle. Another Wyndham series. All these are Wyndham series. Gillingham. And then Promenade Gardens somewhere. This one's got some staining on the front. That's a Rapco postcard. Micklegate Bar without York. Another Rapco postcard. Here's the Hotel Commodore in Washington, D.C., 1928. Then we have Queen's Drawing Room, I think it says. And then we have the Old Harlow House. And we'll do one more, then we'll get it started. Here's Sweetheart Tea House, Mohawk Trail in Shelburne Falls, Massachusetts. All right, let me grab some more so I've got enough. All right, here's the first one. We're going to run it 45 seconds. I'll keep throwing them down as long as there's bids until the clock runs out. Your bid on this stack plus your choice of one stack up top. All right, we're off. Old Lafayette House in Marblehead, Massachusetts. Here's one in Philadelphia. Here's another Marblehead, Massachusetts. Here is Gentleman's Waiting Room in Shelburne Falls, Massachusetts. That's another one from that same place. Here's the Hotel Russell in London. Here's Kenilworth Castle, the Peacock series. Here is London, the Tower Bridge. Then that's a salmon series. We saw some of those earlier. Here is La Tienda. I think we saw one of these earlier too. Then here's Longfellow's house in Cambridge, Massachusetts, or Cambridge, Massachusetts. Here's the Hotel Aspinwall, 1913. There's another Cambridge house, or Cambridge Lowell house, Cambridge, Harvard. Then here's the Minuteman. Here's some kind of real photo. Look at all the people with their umbrellas doing some swimming out there at some pier. And then there's Regent's Park. That one's a Tux postcard. There's the scaffold gate, I think it says. There's Regent's Park again. That's another Tux. I got another Tux. Here's another Tux. These are all Regent's Park, and they're all Tux. There's another one. Raphael Tuck and Sons. There's another one. That one's not, so that must have ended. That's Trafalgar Square in London. Here's the shrimp boats in Key West. Here's a chrome, some chromes. Just going to get these chromes sold. Here, I'm going to go ahead and just put these two in there too. And then one or two. Number one. All right, so that takes care of that stack. And DGW, let me stick this in your stack. All right, so we got to refill both of them. Tell you what, I'm going to refill. I got some, like they're kind of like sets back here, so we'll refill with these. So these were in these envelopes in the box. So this one's H.R. Hewitt, Ticonderoga, New York. And these are all Ticonderoga, New York postcards. So let me just show you the backs. They're photo instanced. Let me see how many there are roughly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. There's probably 15 or so. Anyway, sorry about that. That'll be number one. So let me put them back in the envelope. The envelope does have some damage, but I thought it was cool they were in this envelope from H.R. Hewitt. So that'll be number one. And then for number two, let's do, these are in a Harvey, which happens to be my first name. Harvey Lewis Opticians in Springfield, Massachusetts. And these are all, let's see, are they all the same? I think they're all the same thing. Buck Hill Falls, Pennsylvania. Yeah, the inn at Buck Hill Falls. So you have a whole set of these. I don't know if they're a set, but they're all from Buck Hill Falls. So we'll put that in number two. Oh, and I'll tell you what, I think, what's that photo book we had earlier? I think it was Buck Hill Falls, wasn't it? Yeah, so this is also Buck Hill Falls, so we'll put that with it. So you got Buck Hill Falls and then Ticonderoga, New York for your two choices. Now let's do our main stack. This is going to be the Normandy. I think we saw some of those. Let me pull. I think I have another view of the Normandy over here. Well, no, here's a Queen Mary. We'll put it in. So there's a Canard White Star Queen Mary. I'm pretty sure I had another one of those. Well, here's another Queen Mary. So we'll put that one in there. I just had duplicates of some of these. So here's another Queen Mary. There's the back of that one. And then let's see. Did I have... Maybe I was out. No, here we go. Here's the Normandy. So another view of that one. So got some ship postcards in there. Then let's put one of these. These are some more duplicates from earlier. This is from Rock City in Chattanooga. This one does have a little bit of wear. All right. So now we'll go back to the stack here. Here's a Christmas with Good Wishes It is embossed. It's from 1910, it looks like. Then we have New Britain, Connecticut. Oops. I can't tell what year it is. Here's South Congregational Church in New Britain, Connecticut. Undivided back. Here's Mission Dolores in San Francisco, California. I got happy with the cancellation stamp there. Here's the Sleeping Giant, Mount Carmel, 1911. Hey, welcome in, West Thumb. Deja Vu all over again. Broter, One Nerdy Llama. Anybody else I missed? Thanks for stopping by. I'm Stuart with Franklin Hill Ventures doing postcards. We've been doing it for 3 hours and 19 minutes now. So here's Main Street. I think I just said that. 1907. Here's Mansfield, Ohio. Private postcard. 1907 is the date. And then here is the Hotel Belmont in New York City, 1909. Here's American Waltham Watch Factory in Waltham, Massachusetts, 1909. Here is Fifth Avenue and Broadway, a snow scene, New York. Hey, Carl Collectibles, thanks for coming in. And then we have Red Line Inn in Stonebridge, Massachusetts. Here's Nantucket, Massachusetts, Old South Church. Then we have Courthouse in Indianapolis, Indiana, 1919, I think that says. Here's Jones Park, Rochester, New York, 1909 is the date on the front. Dear Sister, this one's from Arthur. This is where I board. I guess this is Hubbard Park. So does that mean where I board? Does that mean he lives there? I don't know. Let me do a few more, then we'll get started. Here's Pear Orchard in Oregon. And then here is Columbia Gardens in the Rocky Mountains in Butte, Montana. All right, so we'll run this for 45 seconds. You'll get this stack plus either 1 or 2 up top. And let me go ahead and run it. And it's running. This is just some kind of looks like a painting. This is Kenilworth Castle Banqueting Hall. It's the Peacock series. We've seen some of those before. It's another Peacock series, so I think those are all England. Here's Profile Lake in the White Mountains, New Hampshire. This one's got a little crease in it, but it's Indian Head in New Hampshire. Looks like it was in a scrapbook. Then this one's got some damage to it. I'm just going to throw it down. Here's the Shambles, a Rapco postcard. So that's a Raphael Tuck, I think. St. Peter's Chapel. Oh, Bookends is back to his $3 ways now. Then here's the Life Saving Station in Rhode Island. And I'll go ahead and throw this one in too. The Holderness Inn in Holderness, New Hampshire. And number 2. Let's see. Just stick those out front for bookends. And all right, so we'll fill number 2 with these 2 envelopes. This one says Fort William Henry Hotel. And it's real photo postcards of that hotel, it looks like. There's one, the Point of Tongue, Lake George. Yeah, so Azo, is this one an Azo as well? Yeah, Azo. So it's 4 Azo, 4 Azo real photo postcards of Lake George, New York. In an envelope that says Fort William Henry Hotel. Let's see if I can get them back in there. Yeah, and it has the little message on the back about it. And then this one says Salem, and it's just in a plain white envelope. But yeah, these are Are these all Azo as well? Yep, I think they are. So then these are Azo of Salem. Looks like the Peacock House. Well, yeah, I think they're all the Peacock House. So those will also go in number 2. So all these were Azo Real Photo Postcards in stack number 2. All right, let's build our main stack now, and I need to get some more. Hey, Red Rush, you missed a really cool. Here, I'll just show you what went earlier. This was really cool. 1908 Nashville baseball team postcard. Um, Unfortunately, it had some damage, but it was still really cool. Yeah, that came up in an earlier lot, and maybe we'll find some more. I don't know. I mean, it's completely random what's in these boxes. They came out of an old farmhouse, and I think that's the second baseball postcard we found. We found a White Sox one, like the very first show I ever did with these, which was like 5 shows ago now. And it was a 1917 Chicago White Sox postcard. All right, so here's our main stack. We have the Pilgrims Going to Church. Then we have the interior of the John Alden House in Duxbury, Massachusetts. Here's another John Alden house. Looks like, yes, we have quite a few of these pilgrim cards, it looks like, here at the top of this stack. There is some rhyme or reason every once in a while to these. And then you'll just jump into something completely different. There's the Mayflower. And then there's Pilgrim Exiles. Here is the Penn statue in City Hall Tower in Philadelphia. Here's Arrowhead Hot Springs in San Bernardino, California, 1925. Here's 1 Mile High in Mount Low, California. Here's a canyon vista from the Bright Angel Trail in Arizona, 1925 on that one. This one looks like just a chrome postcard of Jerusalem. Here's South Street in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Here's a chrome that looks like it came out of a scrapbook. Here's a chrome in Miami, Florida, 1973. Here's Main Street in Ontario, Canada. There's another chrome. Another chrome. These are all Main Street, Ontario. Here is Battery Park in New York, 1906. Ullman's Gold Border Series. Then we have Keyport, New Jersey, Carhart's Pond. And then Rothschild and Company in Chicago. This one's got some damage on the edge here. That one's from 1919. Let me get a couple more out there. And then here's Arch Street, New Britain, Connecticut, 1907. Here's the state capitol in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Hey, Wes. Slim Flippers. Wes is one of my podcast co-host on the Finders Flippers Resale podcast on YouTube. So make sure you go search for that and give us a follow. We're getting close to 500 subscribers now, and we'll do another live once we hit that. So yeah, that was Finders Flippers Resale podcast. You can also go to franklinhillventures.com, and I got a link to it. So here's Williams Cannon en route to Cave of the Winds. And then this one is a swimming pool in Evansville, Indiana. That one's a Lennon, 1945. Let me do a couple more here. Here's Oakland, Iowa, 1949. Here's Muscatine, Iowa, 1944. And then finally, here's Lake Charles, Louisiana, 1950. All right, so nice stack to start with. Let me go ahead and start the auction. You're bidding on everything in the stack plus your choice of one up top. And here's going to be the next one that comes up. Run next, and we're off and running. Here's the Patio Royale in New Orleans, 1945. Here's Ocean Grove, New Jersey, 1952. Here is Feeding Oranges to the Ostriches, 1928. Some kind of maze. I'm not sure what. Governor's Palace. A couple more chromes. Here's Douglas, Arizona. Here is California Home and Grounds. That one's Williamsburg. Here's a flower. Here's some dogs. Tell you what, I'm gonna save those and we'll use them to start the next lot. There's that one. The Rockies. Here's a railroad bridge, and then I have this one in my hand as well. View from Mount Abenaka and Union or Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, and then Atlantic City, New Jersey. And would you like number 1 or number 2? Number 2. Stick these in your stack. Looks like Bookends and DGW are racing to see who can get the biggest stack. They're literally almost exactly even right now. So, all right, we'll take that one away, and we will start stack 2 again. Here's Hackney's world famous seafood restaurant. Here's going to be 3 dog postcards, some collies, and then doggone it, I got a bone to pick with you. Why don't you write? This one's got a crease, so won't really count it, but it's a Navajo. And then here's Standrock and Dells of the Wisconsin. Look at that guy jumping across. Here's a message of love. So I guess almost like a Valentine's Day postcard. If I can tell, my fingers quit working the longer I go. And then here's birthday greetings. Then here is a ship. That's the Holland America line, the New Amsterdam. Then there's a Cleveland boat entering the harbor in Ontario, Canada. That's a Valentine and Sons. Here's another one, the Sun line, the Stella Maris. Here's Havana Hotel National at Main Park, 1953. Here's a loving Easter greetings. You have the cherub there with the little chicks down here, and they're seesawing on an egg. It is embossed. And then we have the new Comet coaster in Crystal Beach, Ontario, Canada. And then there's the Chrysler building in New York City. Here's hoping that we have Adam good time on our vacation, even though you are not with us, and that we will be able to raise Cain on the whole doggone trip. It's from 1938, and you have the Adam and Eve outhouses with the play on the Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel there. Then you have this guy fishing. I can't see a year on it. And then here's pointers and setters. So we got 2 outhouse humor cards in there. Let me do a couple more, then we'll get started. Here's Curitiba. That's more like just a photo. Then this one says framing Grandpa's picture. So some kind of humor postcard. And then here's Easter greetings. All right, let me go and get this started. Oh, let me build. We'll start these. I'm putting a lot in there. So let me build number 2 here. So for number 2, we have Easter greetings. We have another Easter greeting. That one's embossed there. So there's a couple. Here's an Easter greetings. That one's a tux. And we have another Easter greetings embossed, an Easter message. So we hit a run of Easter cards here. And then here's a joyful Easter. I'll just keep going until I don't see more Easter cards. And then that'll be number 2. I'm coming early to avoid the rush. Here's Easter happiness to you. Here's a little chick pulling a cart with an egg in it. Goodness. Here's another Easter greeting. I got an Easter present. Eastertide. All right, I think that's the last one. So that will be our stack 2, stack 1. Here's our main stack. Let me grab a few more so I know I got enough to get us through. Ooh, we're almost about to finish one of the boxes. And we got some more outhouse humor to add to the to the pile here. So let me go ahead and run next. And that is running. So you're getting this plus your choice of one of these. So here's another outhouse humor postcard. Here's some kind of photo postcard. Looks like maybe some ships in the background. Here's a linen of Berkshire Hills, the Mohawk Trail. Then we have another Mohawk Trail, another Mohawk Trail, and another Mohawk Trail, all like linen, I think. Then we have Mount Shasta in winter. And then Sentinel Rock, Lake Winnipesaukee, Old State House in Boston, 1930. And then New River Canyon at Hawks Nest, 1928. Then we have the Old Alley Steps in Marblehead, and another Marblehead, Massachusetts. Remember, you're getting this stack plus your choice of either stack 1 or 2 up here, 1 or 2. Here is State Capitol in Salem, Oregon, and Mo Rancher got it. And I figured that's the one you would take. And that will take care of that. All right, let me put this in your stack. All right. So here for number 1, we have Hotel Taft in New Haven, Connecticut. A friendly city and a friendly hotel, or a friendly hotel and a friendly city. Then we have this real photo of a kid with an American flag. I'm not sure how many stars it has. It doesn't have a date on it, so, but that's pretty cool. And then we have this one here, which is Mount Vernon, 1932. It's got a 10-cent stamp and a 1-cent stamp on it. I haven't seen that stamp, that orange stamp on many postcards. Here's in Akron, it's the Mayflower Hotel. And then we have Bowling Green and Mount Vernon, Virginia. And it's got 2 half-cent stamps on it. I'm seeing at least some different stamps on these. This one has some edge wear there. That's the George Washington Masonic National Memorial. Then we have Pueblo Indians selling pottery. Then we have the Mohawk Trail again. There's another Mohawk Trail. I think these are all different views, so I wonder if they were a set. It's like just different cars. Kind of the same view, but different cars. There's the Mohawk Trail. Was the Mohawk Trail. Here's some more for you, Mo Rancher. Like I said, unfortunately, these are never in any kind of order. So here's Whitcomb Hill, the Mohawk Trail. Here we have a seasons or birthday greeting. This one does have a little wear on the edge there. Here's more Berkshire Hills, Berkshire Hills. Berkshire Hills. They all have cool cars in them too. Berkshire Hills. Goodness, there's a lot of them. Berkshire Hills. I'm not even going to say it. My tongue's getting tied. So I'll just show them. Yes, I don't even start the bidding till I'll start the bidding once I get through these. I think that was the last one. So, all right. So we'll use this as our main stack. I got carried away with the Berkshire Hills. Berkshire Hills. Goodness. All right. So for number 1, we have New York World's Fair, 1939. All right. This will make a good stack 1 because these are all 1939 photo postcards of the World's Fair. They look like they're all unposted, but yeah, souvenir for postcards of the 1939 New York World's Fair. Like I said, you never know what we're going to find in these boxes, so at least these are somewhat together. All right, so we'll make that stack 1. And then for stack 2, we got the Empire Building in New York, 1906. We have Light on the Past. That's pretty cool. Look at the like ironclad boat there. And then we have Trinity Building in Broadway. And here's Lower New York and Bay in New York. And then we have Westminster Abbey. Westminster Abbey. All right, so this may be a Westminster Abbey stack. Westminster Abbey. No, here's one that says Old Home Week, official souvenir postcard, Providence, Rhode Island, 1907. And then here's Madison Square Garden in New York, 1912. We put a couple more. Here's the Brooklyn Bridge in New York City, 1904. That's one of the older ones we've seen. All right, so that's stack 2. So we got 2 really good stacks up there. We saw all these Berkshire Hills, so I think this is a good lot. We'll see what happens. Hey, Carolina Sports Cards, Steve MCG. And let me go ahead and get this started. Let me grab some more because I'm about out. All right, so there's the first one, 45 seconds. You're going to get everything in this stack plus your choice of stack 1 or 2 up here. So the Brooklyn Bridge is next. Brooklyn Bridge, New York. Here's some kind of real photo of military. They have some torpedoes, maybe it looks like, if you can see that. It is an azo, all 4 triangles up. Here's the White Star Line, Cretic, I think it says. And then here's a captive Cupid to my Valentine card. I feel like these are some good lots of cards here. Panama Canal. Looks like when it was being built. You have a Venezuela stamp on there. And then we have tennis court in Lovell, Massachusetts. And here's the Battleship, Ohio, 1908. Here's Daytona Beach, Florida. Here's another military postcard in the trench warfare. All right. Nice, nice. What number do you want? Number 1? The New York World's Fair ones. Actually, I don't think I put the penny back on that one last time. So, DGW stack is right here. All right, so we need to rebuild stack 1. And we have West Point Cadets, the Pride of the Nation, 1900 something. Can't read the last number, but you have that one. Then we have Middletown, Connecticut, Beta Theta Pi House, 1907. Lawrence, Long Island, they're playing tennis. Look at the ladies playing tennis there. Then we have another one of these World's Fair that was Mogul Egyptian cigarettes. This is the manufacturer's building there, I guess, and the educational building there. I don't know that we ever figured out which World's Fair these are from, but it looked like early 1900s. And then here's Equitable Building in New York. Here's Shooting the Chutes in Coney Island. That one's cool. Does have a crease in the corner. So, and then we have some more tennis players. West Point Tennis, 1905. That one is a Tux postcard. Then we have a monkey weighing a baby orangutan at the New York Zoological Park. And we have Metropolitan Life Building in New York. and the Trinity Church and the skyscrapers in New York. And then we have Al Lang Field. Looks like an airport, maybe. No, Major League. Oh, that's where they play spring training games. I see that now. It's a baseball. Somebody was asking about baseball. So there's a spring training baseball stadium. So that'll be stack one. And now for our main stack, we have Charleston Municipal Airport in Charleston, South Carolina. Then we have two of the ice skating features at the Black Forest Village. It's Berkeley Miller and Evelyn Chandler, international skating stars. So an advertisement for Black Forest Village. Then we have sperm whaling, hoisting on lower jaw. Then we have blow, fellows, blow, but don't get excited and thus be ignited. Powder burns, you know. So I guess a 4th of July postcard there from the F.A. Owen Publishing Company. Then you have these dead soldiers here. Then we got Shirley Temple, it looks like. Yep, home of Shirley Temple. Hello, pals. Then we have Our Boys in Camp. So another military postcard. Then we have a real photo postcard of these people in this carriage. So let me see if I can get the glare off of it. Being pulled by the horse, and here's the driver with his whip and everything. It's another Azo, all 4 triangles up. So then we have a Frank somebody. It's like a photo with a facsimile autograph on it. This one's got a little chip there, but this is foreign postcard of some sort. U.S. Army Post Office. It's probably sent from overseas. And then the new finance building in Detroit, Michigan, 1919. And then here's general view of Rorick's Glen at night in Elmira, New York, 1919. Let me do a couple more, then we'll get started. 1919 on this one as well. And this one's the statue of Deacon Chapin in Springfield, Massachusetts, 1905 maybe. All right, one more, then we'll get started. This is the casino and bathing grounds in Asbury Park, New Jersey. Look at all the people getting ready to go in the ocean. 1909. All right, here we go. We're going to run next. And you're bidding on this whole stack and then plus your choice of 1 or 2. And we're off and running. Here's high school in Great Barrington, Massachusetts. Here's New York City Central Park, 1912. Here's the Methodist Episcopal Church in Wellsboro, Pennsylvania. Scollay Square in Boston, Massachusetts. This one's got some kind of rough, but I think it's Maine. Then we have Champlain Monument in New York. Here's a real photo of Lover's Lane in Little John Island, Maine. It's got some like issues there. Am taking the rest cure. And here's Mount Vernon, Virginia. All right, DGW. Oh, now you're diamond. Congratulations. Number 1 or 2? Number 1. Whew, let me get a drink and we'll keep going. We'll keep going for a little bit longer. It'll be about dinner time before long, though, so. All right, here's the Rocky Shore real photo of Little John Island, Maine. Undivided, well, no, it's not undivided back, but a real photo type postcard. Business District in Norwich, Connecticut. Here's Berkeley Divinity School in Middleton, Connecticut, 1912. The Morning Drought, East Woodstock, Connecticut. Then there's Stanton's Inn and Cottages from the Pier in Connecticut, Here's the Old Green in Norrichtown, Connecticut, 1916. Here is New Haven, Connecticut. Not sure what this one is, but Osborne Hall at Yale University. Then here's Goodyear, Connecticut, hand colored, it says. Let me go ahead and do these last two, and then we'll call that stack one. Here's the post office in Montreal, and looking towards Grant Tombs in New York. All right, so there's one, there's two. Let me grab. Ooh. We officially emptied the box finally, so completely empty. Yay. Only two more to go. So I figure I might be able to get two more shows out of these. I thought I would be finished. I mean, when we first started, I would never thought I would have been 6 shows in and still running out of these same postcards, but they've been a lot of fun to look through. So here's Colorado Springs, Colorado, undivided back. Hey, Airplane Peanut, thanks for coming in. Here is Cannon of the Grand River, Colorado. This one does have some creasing. Here is Toledo Beach from the Chutes in Toledo, Ohio. Don't see a year on that one. Maybe they dated it down there. Nope. So early 1900s, though, probably. Here's Palm Beach, Florida. Here's Mackinac Island, Michigan. 1900 something. Here's the Royal Palace Hotel in Atlantic City. That's one of those gold border, Ullman's Gold Border Series, 1908. On that one, here's a real photo of Watertown, Massachusetts, 1917 on that one. Here is the Old State House, 1905. Here's Bridgeport, Connecticut, the New Bridge, 1910. Here's University Hall at Harvard College in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And here's the Masonic Temple in somewhere in New York. This one's got a stain in the corner up here, but that's Hot Springs, Arkansas, undivided back. Then we have Coontacook River Park in Concord, New Hampshire, undivided back, 1906. Hey, Knoxville, Tennessee, my hometown, bird's eye view of University of Tennessee from Circle Park in Knoxville, 1910 maybe? Yep, 1910 is when they dated it. Your good letter came. I'm not going to try to read it. Here's another Knoxville, Tennessee. The main building at the Appalachian Exposition in Knoxville, Tennessee. This one does have some wear on it. 1910 as well. Then here is the view of the Glen Cove Yacht Club in Long Island, 1909. Here's the swimming pool in Waterbury, Connecticut, like a fountain there, 1909 as well. Hey, Amigo Chuck. Hey, Ro Angela. Hey, Old New Use. Thanks for coming in. This one's 1908. This is one of the private mailing cards. So one of the older ones. It does have some staining up there in the corner. Let me do a couple more, then we'll get started. Concord, New Hampshire State Library. Then there's the Hotel Empire. It says Where We Live. Now it's 1906. Then we'll do this one, then we'll get started. This is Concord, New Hampshire. It's the lake again. Coontacook Lake, 1906. All right. Here's the first one. I'm going to run next. It should be 45 seconds, $3 start. You're getting everything in this stack plus your choice of one or two, and that's running. Here's City Hall Square, New York. This one does have quite a bit of staining. Here's another Knoxville, Tennessee, Market Square. That building's no longer there. It burned, but we go to Market Square quite a bit. Here's Southwick, Massachusetts, 1915. And then here's the Hippodrome in New York. Here's Block Island, New Jersey. Look at them in the ocean there, 1908. Here's Waterbury, Connecticut. And then here's Lily Street, Nantucket. And then here's Great Barrington, Massachusetts. Here's Hanover, Maine, the Cascades. All right, 1913. And one or two. Tell you what, I'll go through the rest of this stack and then may call it quits. We'll see. Number two, let me put this in your stack because this will clear that box out. I have this many left. Tell you what, let me run one more giveaway here. We'll do this stack here. You have Turner's Falls, Massachusetts. You have Greenfield, Massachusetts. These are all older ones, I think. Here's Bananas. That one's from Costa Rica. And then here's Lenox, Massachusetts, and Hanover, New Hampshire, 1917. So I think all these are early 1900s. Let me go ahead and go to giveaways. Giveaway number 5. And we are going to start it. So that's running. Make sure you get in for those. And tell you what, let's just do this. I'm going to put all these that were in stack number 1. So there won't be a choice this time. We'll just do a big old stack. So that was everything in this one. And then we'll also put in these that didn't get picked earlier. So these will be kind of a mystery if you weren't in the show. And then there were these ones from Ticonderoga, New York. And let me just put a few more down and then we'll start. There's already a lot there. Here's 1916, the Country Club in Charleston, South Carolina. Then here's Elmira, New York, 1912, it looks like. Here's the Navy docks in Key West, Florida. Looks like early 1900s. I don't know the exact date of that one. And then here's Savannah, Georgia, Confederate Monument. That one's a tux there. All right, let me go ahead and start this. There's 3 minutes and 45 seconds left on the giveaway, so get in that. And we're going to run next, and I will just keep throwing down till it's over. Here we go. Here's Tampa, Florida, Church of the Sacred Heart. Here is Concord, New Hampshire. That one is the Century Bridge in Watkins Glen, New York. There's Park Row Building in New York City, 1908, undivided back. There's the Concord, New Hampshire State Capitol, undivided back, 1907. Here is Moonlight on the Connecticut River, undivided back, 1901. This one's got where at the bottom, but it's Stafford Springs, Connecticut. Then here's State Hospital in Blossburg, Pennsylvania, 1916. Sugarloaf in Minnesota. Not sure the date on that one. This one is somewhere in Connecticut. And then this one is, I'm not sure on that one. Here's Crescent Beach, Connecticut, 1916. Real photo of the county building in Wellsboro, Pennsylvania. And then we have the $1 Million Union Station in Worcester, Massachusetts, 1914. Here's the Spring Point Light in Portland Harbor. Here is Lower Boulevard from Superior Bridge, 1916. A lot of postcards in here. And Carrie Grubbs, congratulations. I think that's your first purchase. Echo Lake, White Mountains, New Hampshire there. And all these will be coming your way. There's still 1:53 in the giveaway. Hey, Knoxville Amy. Knoxville Amy would be my wife, the one you see in the picture of the thumbnail. So probably getting ready to wrap up here pretty soon. All right, let me put your name on these and stick those over there. And you got a minute 18 on the giveaway. So we'll let that run. I have a few more here. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. So it's 5 o'clock. I've been going for 4 hours now. So tell you what, I'll run one more light just since the giveaway's counting down. Let me just grab a stack, and then we won't do the choices or anything. I'll try to pick a good spot here for the last light. I mean, you never know what I'm going to pull out of these boxes. Oh, cool. What's for dinner? Do I need to do anything for dinner? All right, so this is going to be the last lot. There's 25 seconds in the giveaway. Let me just go ahead and I think I'll end up doing this stack of postcards here. So we'll just see what's in it. This is a high school. This one I'm just going to throw down, but it does have a rip in it. Here's a real photo postcard of some monument. I'm not sure where it is, but it's from 1912. Here's the Mississippi River. Oh, Carrie Grubbs, congratulations. You just bought a lot and then you get a giveaway. So, no, I'm good. Just whatever you want to get. We'll be fine. And we'll see you in a little bit. All right. And then we have the Lincoln Highway. I'll tell you what, the way we'll end this, I'm going to go ahead and just start a timer for, I guess, a minute. And I'll just throw down as many of these as I can in a minute. And if you keep bidding, I'll reach back and get some more if I get through this whole stack. But as long as you're bidding, I'll keep throwing them down. So let me go unpin this first. Start auction. We're going to do it for 1 minute. Actually, I'll do it for 1 minute and 30 seconds. And $3 start, and we are off. All right, so here's New Milford, Connecticut. I'll try to go kind of quick to get as many as we can. 1909. Here's Yale University. Not sure the year, but early 1900s. Here's Philadelphia, 1905. Here's New London, Connecticut, 1909. 1909 on this one, Jackson, Michigan. Look at this toboggan slide. That's cool. 1909. Then here's Detroit, Michigan. Here's Manchester, New Hampshire. Here's a soldier one. So it looks like World War I era. It does have a little chip in the corner there. Here's Eagle Rock, top of Orange Mountain. Here's the new high school in South Simsbury, Connecticut, 1909. Here's a water trough in Simsbury, Connecticut, real photo postcard, 1910. Short Beach in Branford, Connecticut. Here's the U.S. Treasury in Washington, D.C. Here is Horseshoe Bend, Livingston Manor, New York, 1917. Here's Newport, New Hampshire. Here is a mountain stream somewhere. Here's some kind of a ham radio thing, I think. To the Wayfarer, a friend of the man speaks. Try to keep going fast. Totem pole, whatever that is. Sarasota, Florida. Branford, Connecticut. Maine, 1918. Here's Pineview in Sheffield, Connecticut, 1919. That one's rough, so I'm just not even going to talk about it. Metropolitan Life Building in New York. It's embossed. All right, Carrie Grubbs, thank you. We'll go ahead and throw this one in too. It's really cool. The Boston Tea Party. Looking to see if it had a date in 1910. So a 1910 Boston Tea Party postcard. Well, you weren't here very long, but you got your good stack, Carrie. So, all right, I think that's going to do it for today. 4 hours is about all I can take. So make sure you bookmark my general ephemera show for next Friday. It'll be 1 or 1:30. I currently have it scheduled for 1:30, but that's mainly because I have an estate sale to go to, and if I get back in time, I may bump it back up to 1. But bookmark that show. I'll probably be scheduling another postcard show. I did not think I would have enough, but let me show you what I still got back here. We still have these boxes to go through. I mean, I started out with literally 12 or 14 of these boxes, and we're down to the last two. But, we found some really good ones today. We found that Nashville baseball one. We found a lot of real photos. We found some Black Americana. Let me turn the camera around so I can say bye to everyone. So yeah, it was a fun day. Found some good postcards. So yeah, 2 weeks from today, we'll probably do another postcard show. Next week, I'll be doing general ephemera. And I mean, this is like only a tip of the iceberg of, stuff I have ephemera wise. I have so much stuff. I have a bunch of stuff out in the garage still. So, um, I hope to see you then. I'm going to find somebody to raid here in just a second, so stick with us long enough to raid. And I hope everybody has a great weekend. I will be working at my antique mall both Saturday and Sunday, so my weekend's kind of spoken for, but it'll be fun. So looking forward to that. All right, let me go see who's running live right now in the ephemera category. So yeah, stick with me long enough to do the raid. But yeah, appreciate everybody coming in. Let's see who we got. My laptop's moving very, very slow. Goodness. Well, here we go. Finally switched. Oh, there's nobody else live. So you know what? I'll just randomly do something, I guess. And so let's go to more raid. And we'll just do the pistol. They came up as somebody. No, I'm going to do Prinicorn. Prinicorn's a friend of mine. So we're going to raid into Prinicorn. I think we have 5 people in here. So everybody have a great weekend. Hope to see you next Friday. And we will talk to you later.